All right. So I'm back on. Right now, like I said, I'm gonna keep animating until we start the live stream with me and Closet Anime. Um, so I went from doing the flyer to doing the Landroids. I think we can, depending on when he jumps on, we can make some a little bit of progress. Let's see. Let's see if we can get another bad one on here. Sure, that's really, really good. Mhm. I think we can work with that. All right. So we left off on just kind of solidifying the drawings right here. Swings around, goes and transforms. I think we can go ahead and what I'm going to do. That's the drawing. I like these old drawings. I don't want to get rid of them. Let me make sure y'all can't see my screen. I got a lot of screenshots looking for. See that they're on my desktop instead of where I really want them. So that's going to be a problem. I figured that out. But for the meantime, let's see something else. My screenshots aren't recording like they were. Okay. Okay. I see. I see. So I have not done these screenshots here yet. And that's fine. So we take all of this, place it right here. Ooh, way off. And we'll turn off the animatic for now. I don't need that. And the background. Bring them all the way down here. Like this. Keep it going. A lot of these drawings are so similar, like, funny. Well, it's like a lot more. Oh, I did 2 drawings, didn't I? Yeah. Alright, so now this is where we get to the new drawings for tonight. Alright? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's do this. Copy all of this, and then let's paste it in like that. Still, I'm kinda just moving it over, so I don't have to do too much of a change. It's just for my sake. Alright, so now let's try and draw her very come on, man, this hasn't done yet. Okay, like that. Keep it clean as possible. Oop, maybe something. Okay, okay, so this part is gonna be a little tricky. 'Cause I wanna show the top, but I also wanna show something kinda like that. That's kinda even though you won't even really see it, the back. Yeah, I think moving it back is gonna be exactly what we wanna do. Something similar with treads here. Right. So, so trying to draw this like in the same style and keep it straight and keep everything looking good is a little bit tougher than I thought it was going to end up being. Hmm, but it's coming along. Eyes like that for the mouth. So give her some like lips here. Let me just take a step back before we do the other drawings. Let's step back. Let's turn the other layers off and can see how it looks. Clean it up. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Guess she's not gonna. All good. He's recording all that. Realize I cut this piece out. I like it. It's very clean. Okay, really worked out. Now let's do the next one. I think I'm gonna change the drawing up just a little bit though. Starting with this, that, 1, 2, really inflating, right? And so it looks like I think the body type shrinks down. That's the oh, excuse me, that's the style that's happening here. And then the tires, the ribs, gonna get a lot larger. Arms gonna get a lot larger. Arms is small. That up though, like that. Like it. And this right here, like that. Okay. So now instead of the mouth just like flapping back, I think I want to have it like a bigger, like that. Just a bigger lip. Actually, I think I like it like this, without the mouth like kind of connecting like that. Let's see how that looks. That's actually a better design. I did it by accident without even realizing. It's like the mouth isn't connected, it's just sitting on top kind of thing. How many lines do we do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. I'll change these 5 though. A little bit better. And so this is actually extended for 2 more frames. Go back to this one. So actually looks like this mouth go right here. So this one I have to change to where maybe so not exploded out like that, but maybe more like something like that. A little tricky because I do a drawing where it's kinda like see, I don't like that when it kinda comes down. Maybe that'll work. I like that. Fix these lines still. Yeah, 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 that looks good. Some more lines still. Alright. Yeah, I think that looks good. So now for this drawing, trying to keep it in the same style. Yes. Right. Let's go make this smaller. then the body is a lot bigger, almost as if that. Yeah, yeah, that's right. No, the wheels are supposed to be smaller. Actually, change arms again, like so. I'll change this up a little bit better, kind of like that. Oh, and the last part should be tan. I'm gonna make this the last part of this if he doesn't. Oh, okay. Like he's. No, okay. Right. We're gonna erase all this in the middle. That was good. Look at that. Beautiful. Little snapshot. Let's clean this one up. We're getting really close to the end of the episode's big action segments. Right. All right. Put like little. Let's get a non-food. Put like little item trinkets and things. Yep. Hey, what's going on?
Yo.
I don't know if you can. So I had to start my stuff over, so my audio's probably all over the place right now.
Oh no, that's cool because I just realized my lighting's
Let
doing
me
something
just
crazy.
let me get the setup going, y'all.
Yeah, let me do the same.
I think there was speaker. I think has to go through. Yep, speaker through that. I think that's all that's needed so far. I'll do more lines coming from here as it's getting closer. Midways, more lines there. Further away,
Hmm. Okay. Okay.
all right. Let me just finish off this last drawing. Just a couple of lines left here.
Okay.
Nope. Oh, I'm on the wrong drawing. There we go. Because that's got plenty. Probably maybe one. Some more trash. Some really big things, small things. And then just copy this. I think that should be all I need to do is like that. Boom. And we'll just play it out. all the trash. I might need to gotta fix something with the animation, but that's fine. Oh, jeez, that's fine for now. A couple screenshots. And boom, we're done. All right. Let's see here.
Mic is this using.
Let me save. Boom. Head on over to the screen here. So we still had, we still got the college edition, Pop the Balloon. Did you hear that?
I hear your music.
You hear the music. Okay, let me turn. You hear the music probably because that's the microphone I have. I need to turn it to
Test. How's that?
That sounds pretty good. Microsoft Teams audio. Zoom audio device.
Music went away. But now I can't hear you.
Do you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you now.
You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
What about that? Probably not.
I can hear it, but not clear enough to make out what he's saying.
Okay, so that's what I need to change. Probably this. No.
Could still hear him, but I can't make out what he's
You know
saying.
what? I probably need to turn speaker to. Where is it at? I don't even see it as an option. Blue snowball is an option there, but it's not an option. Speaker. Turn music off. No, you don't hear that.
No, I can hear you though.
Okay. I wonder what option I needed to. Let's turn this off. Man, it's like it's never just like the easy. So I'm supposed to hear you in my headphones. That's correct. There.
A father, a son.
What about that?
A brother, a cousin, a music maker, an artist.
Okay. Yeah, I can make out. Yeah, I can hear him. I can make out what he's saying.
Okay, perfect. So that's the setup there. Cool. So I'm gonna stop recording. Cause yeah, that was for the drawing. So there's that. Boom, boom, boom. We still have the. Oh, we're done with the college edition, though, right? Are we going back to that?
We don't need to.
Okay, I'm gonna cut that one out. But we did still have the Arlette Pop the Balloon. I think we were just finishing up with the. I think we finished with the big guy, right? You saw who he chose.
Yes.
Yeah,
they were ready to devour that man.
Yeah. 1 second. Okay. All right. Let's switch over. Review screen. Nope. So I need to change the review screen. Every single time I have to reselect the screen. Nope. What is this? My green screen. Okay. All right. So that's the green screen. That's the logo. That's the review screen. Oh, there it is. Duh. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Here we are. We're about to get back into the reviewing of Arlette, Pop the Balloon, Find Love, and all that jazz. I don't know if I talked to you since last time, Freddie, but I think we texted a little bit, but had another really great follow-up feedback and stuff like that. And I think to summarize, before we get into this, to summarize a little bit of the conversation that we had from some of our guest viewers, is that we should, this is what I really want. I hope this grows enough that we can get other perspectives, other views other than our own, because it's a lot of me and you talking to each other, and we can only really go off of our own experiences and our own anecdotal knowledge that we have. So it's one way to say bias, and there's another way to say limited experience, in this whole thing. So and I think our backgrounds are very similar. I think we said that on the last stream too, that we're family, literally. So one side of our family is literally, lockstep. Even I think I said before too, your mom is very much like my mom. And then your dad is my mom's brother. So, I mean, everything is a similar kind of way of things in that aspect. So, but I always offer anybody to come on and definitely give us those point of views and definitely give us those feedbacks, because I think that's what we need to grow our own mindsets on these things, and then other people watching, so they can get that as well. And also, I owe you a little bit of an apology.
What?
We already.
I don't think I was looking for one, but okay.
We're already off the rails. I'm sorry. Okay, my bad. So on the last stream, I think I asked you a question about and this kind of goes into a little bit of the feedback too.
Okay.
I hope they don't mind that I bring this up. I'm not going to go too much into all the other stuff, but just in this one section. My apology I owe you is that I asked you a question and I didn't answer it myself.
Okay.
And on that part, what I asked you was, because we were talking about the disparity between, us coming up with a mindset of like, hey, you're supposed to date the girl, learn the girl, grow with her, and then hopefully you move on to a relationship, and all the physical stuff comes into the whole thing too. That, of course, that was not our experience at first, and then that's when we had to learn, okay, we can't move like that. We got you almost have to play the game, or else you get played. You know what I mean? And I asked you, have you ever been approached? Have you been like approached by someone that's come at you or whatever? And you was like, on one hand, you can think of only like less than on one hand of women that have approached you or has like come at you or something like that. Okay. And you went to a whole explanation of all your whys, and you said how there was a girl in your friend group that you were interested in, you had a crush on, and they were doing something else, and that kind of crushed you in that time to kind of learn like, okay, this is not how I need to be looking at things, right? That's my gist. For me, I need to kind of give my part on that. So I will say, in my time, I've been, I've been around military, college, all that stuff, just like any other red blood American. You know what I'm saying? And I will say that I have been approached by different women and stuff like that. And it's humbling. It is humbling. It is flattering and all that kind of stuff. And I would say even some attractive ones, even ones where it's like, definitely would give that, definitely would try that, definitely would give that a chance kind of thing. And there's also been ones, I can even think back all the way back in high school, where it was like, there was definitely some females that approached, and I was like vehemently, no.
Really? Okay. Now I'm interested. I would like to know I'm curious as to why it was a vehement no. That I have my speculations. I have my suspicions, but
Oh,
I want to hear why you were vehement.
it
Why it
was
was a vehement no, and she was
vehement. No.
attracted to you.
Well, yes, yes. It's a long story, man. It's my fault. I was a boy. I was a boy. Okay. I'm gonna chalk it up to that. This is oh man. I don't like the limelight to be on me like that. So I back in high school, I said some things, man. I don't know. He's a kid. You say some stuff, and I hope she doesn't see this. But I told her that. I told her some things. Just playing, man. We're just playing games. You just say stuff. Nobody takes it seriously, but she did. And after that, it was just like I think it was like for months. It was for a while. She
Mhm.
was just because you at lunchtime you go and sit with your friends and all this kind of stuff, and y'all just chop it up, eat food, whatever, whatever.
Mhm.
And she was in the same lunch period at that time too, and she would come and just be like pressure, 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 pressure in front of all my friends and everything. And on one end, it was kind of like too much pressure. It was kind of like scare you away kind of pressure. It was like, man, chill. And it's like, come on, come on. Let's just do this. Like everybody's there. And it's like it's embarrassing, It's like, yo, chill, and plus you still, I know I was still a virgin at that time too. So it was just like, you know, scared. It scared me away.
Yeah, okay.
There's a lot of
Okay.
push, a lot of pressure. And then I haven't seen her since high school, but she at the time she was a big girl. She was one of those girls. She was a class ahead of us. So I was '06. She was '05. Um, she was big. Like I think I'm not sure if I was even. I think I was 6 foot by this time. I think she was like maybe even 6'1", 6'2".
Golly, yeah.
Maybe
Hey,
maybe she was at least 6 foot. She was tall. Um,
that's a
and she was fully grown too, like big girl. If I remember correctly, and it was just I wasn't really like attracted to her like that. And
okay. Okay.
but so that was one instance where it's like that. And but now I look back on it, and I look back on it, and you would think like, well, why didn't you? Why didn't you just do it? Why wouldn't you just? And so that was some of the feedback I got from the other perspectives from the some of the viewers. It was like, hey, look, so you look at it like this. So you chasing a girl or a female that you like and you're attracted to, but she's got her attention somewhere else for whatever she may do, and whether she's dating, that's not my business. That's not our business. They're doing their thing. They're living their life.
Mm-hmm.
And and let's say like that girl I was just telling you about, she comes up and she's approaching me, and I'm not giving her time. So why would you try to chase somebody that's not giving you time when this other person right here is chasing you, and you can be chasing them to give them time? You know what I'm saying? Look what's
Mm-hmm.
right here in your corner right now. I was like, that's a good point. That's a good point, but it's kind of so. Actually, I'll go ahead and let you speak. I've been talking a lot, so.
Yeah. So I had that feeling before.
Uh-huh.
And that is that's a great question as to why would someone not just entertain who is entertaining them. Um, and I think the way I would answer that is um, I wanted to want someone who wanted me equally, um, and I wanted them to also, yeah, I wanted someone to want me the way that I wanted them as well. And I didn't want to just want the person um because hey, you're right here in front of my face. Because I didn't want to be the person because again, I experienced, you know, hurt. And I knew I did not have good intentions on just being with that person that was right there.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think I recognized what I had intentions on being happy with,
Hmm.
and just being with the, because like I said, I recognized early that the women that gave me attention, that's so funny, was the old women and older women, like women my mom's age at the time, and
Ooh.
bigger women. But
Oh.
I never capitalized on any of those,
Mm.
because um it was not an interest in me.
Hmm.
I wanted to have that same type of interest in someone that I was interested in.
Hmm.
Um, and so, yeah, I learned through experiences of unfortunately having to be the guy that put himself in the friend zone and hoping that, the girl that I was attracted to would see like these great
Hmm.
qualities in me, and then I would work my way out of friend zone
Ooh.
into relationship. Um, and I knew that was a bad place to be in. Um, and co- um, simultaneously, I realized that a girl who's offering to put herself in the sex zone I didn't want to be the person to just be okay with that. Like, oh, okay, yeah, yeah. If you're cool with it, you agreed to it. Come on in here, knowing that this would be an individual who was wanting to work their way out of just sex zone, or they call it friends with benefits now, and all other
Yeah.
kind of stuff. No, what is it? Situationships. What is it?
Situationships.
Yeah, yeah, that's the more
Yeah.
frequently used term. And it's like, no, she entered into the situationship hoping that it would morph or grow into a relationship. And yeah, I didn't want to be the person to just be like, no, you understood what it was. I never looked at you that way. So
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
like I
and so
said,
I just decided to just work on, okay, if these is what I'm attracting, you
hmm,
know, change the things that I have control over changing. Okay, I can't change. There's immutable differences, physical traits that I can't change. Okay, cool. But
right.
then there's others that I can. So
Yeah. And I think I said it on the last stream too. Oh, yeah, that, the guys that usually do get, just throwing it out there. I feel like the guys that do usually get more girls first is volume, you know, out of, you think they're smashing 100 girls, and I'm just throwing out numbers, but they probably got 300 no's first, and then the other 100 that they're getting is the ones that are that just so happen to say yes, or maybe they were in the right moment.
mm,
The volume is my point.
yeah,
But then there's also that sense of, uh, all right, I don't care. She knows, like you saying, she knows what she's signing up for, and I know what I'm signing up for. That is what it is. And if you have buyer's remorse at the end of it, then that's on you. You
yeah,
know,
yeah,
and I think that's the way it can seem, and that's probably the way it is. I don't know. I can imagine. No, you know what? No, I do know. I do. I'm gonna say I do know, because this is something else I thought about too. Yes, a lot of this is anecdotal, just from like what I know or whatever.
hmm
But I do remember coming up high school as a young man, and I did have friends around me. Y'all know who you are, and these were the guys they were getting it in. They'd be
hmm
like, I remember. I think it was 11th grade, um, and he was like, "Man, it's like, you still a virgin? You still a virgin?" I remember it was on the school bus. I think we were going home. I think we were coming home or something. He's like, "You still a virgin? You still ain't had none yet?" I was like, "I know what you're doing. You trying to have it special. You trying to make it your first time special or something. You need to stop doing that." You just go and get it done and just do it. I was just like, why is he talking to me like that? Like, I mean, he's my boy. Like we grew up together. Literally, his grandma raised, all this kind of stuff. And it's just like he's speaking the truth, but I think in my mind, I'm not trying to hear it. It's like, don't try to make it all special, lighting candles with roses and all that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he was telling me. And he would, I don't know if it, I don't know, call it bragging, call it trying to help your boy out, trying to help somebody, whatever. But he's giving you this advice, and old heads will do that too. Hey, young man, you need to stop playing around, man. Like it's like that. And I think there's a sense of stop getting in your head about it. Stop trying to make it this whole thing, and just enjoy the moment. Just do it. Just go and do it. Just enjoy the moment, whatever. Talking about the physical aspect, and that's all I'm talking about right now. Is just the physical. And I think at the end of the day, that's what it kind of comes down to, is not thinking about it like a kid. It's like, hey, we're adults. We're all adults. It's your business, my business, my business. We're just enjoying this or whatever. And I think that's what I was trying to say on the last stream, is that you grow from being a boy to a man when you start realizing that. When you start realizing that, stop trying to make it this whole Valentine's Day memoriam, with every single situation. Sometimes it's just organic, and it just happens the way it happens. And nobody's at fault. That's what are your thoughts on that? It sounds like you have thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, I think it should work, like starting off as young friends, and it does do that developmental growth. Not just, young kid just walks over to, the hot girl and it's like, hey, I want to bang. And she's like, oh, cool, because I want to too. And then they just run off behind the schoolyard underneath the bleachers or something and just, knock one out. That's wild.
So that's interesting you say that. So let me ask you this. Is it wrong?
Is it wrong?
Mm-hmm. Because now we're dealing with morals and ethics, I think, at this point.
Okay, so it's not illegal. That's one.
Okay.
Wrong. I mean, as long as we're considering like they're all the two high school aged kids within a year of each other in age. No. So not illegal. Immoral. I think in a way it does negative things to both people.
Ooh.
I think it negatively enforces to the guy, it signals, hey, I don't have to do anything for this thing that's of value.
Ooh,
Like,
interesting.
she should be valuing this thing and not just, I shouldn't have been able to just get it this easy off of just lip service. I didn't have to demonstrate anything, and I didn't bring anything in.
Mm-hmm.
And she was ready to go underneath the bleachers. Like, okay, well, dang, as a young guy, again, we're learning habits. We're learning what they are okay with accepting. And it's like, I didn't have to come with anything. I didn't have to demonstrate anything. I didn't have to, I didn't have to, there was no commitment given, no relationship. We didn't have to define what this was.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be good, because now I'm learning things and I'm going to take that into another situation where it's like, I don't have to lead with relationship or friendship or nothing. It's just like, hey, you're cute. Oh yeah, I'm a ball player. Well, shoot, they gonna come. And those are the kind of things where you see like the guy realizes, I don't have to lead with relationship. I don't have to lead with friendship. I don't have to lead with, gentleman, courtship, all the stuff like like the women start talking about later on in life when they're 30 is all the stuff that they weren't interested in their 20s and in their early teens.
Interesting that you say it like that. I think in my mind I knew that, but it didn't really put it together. So let me, if I can clarify and kind of re-break it down again. You're saying if you lead with these types of procedures, then that's the habits that you're going to be accustomed to as a man. If you lead with that and you're reinforced positively for your actions,
Reinforce, yes. But
then
see,
your habits will come to that, and therefore you're not really on the hook for having to give a relationship to anybody, even the next person, not even the person you're dealing with, because the person you're dealing with, she might be like, yeah, I'm cool with it, but you're saying that could be negative. That could be a negative impact on for the next girl after that fact.
definitely,
Or
definitely.
mm,
So that's
okay,
why I think it's not good. So in the grand scheme of things, yeah, it's not good for, because look at where the dating situation is now for the people that's still out there dating. And
yeah,
if you ever found yourself in the dark side of TikTok or watching people that are reviewing some of
mm-hmm,
these TikTok videos,
mm-hmm,
they'll they're always, talking about like, oh, there's piss in the pool, there's piss in the dating market.
yeah,
It's like, yeah, one, y- I th- I genuinely think there should be a age. I I have an idea of where it's at, but there's an age threshold where it's like you shouldn't have been in the pool anyways. Normally, you would have already been paired up. You probably
mm,
would be in paired up out of the pool. And the only thing that's in the pool at this point are people who have lost their spouse. Like, you should have
yeah,
already been married at this point. Like, why are you still in the pool? Like,
yeah. Interesting.
you're 45 and don't have a husband and you weren't previously married. You've just been single, just freely out here, just in and out of, you know, going nowhere relationships, but never been married. Like, no, like normally as a 45-year-old, some X amount of years ago, as a, 36, 37-year-old, you would have been married. Of course, the pool isn't meant for you to just be waddling around in until, you know, your mid 30s, early 40s. That's
Hmm.
the pool is for young people to be in.
Interesting you say that. So now there's a couple of variables I want to throw in there to get your point. We haven't got to the video yet because this is, I think we're already on a really good topic, a couple of topics. The couple of variables I want to throw in there is men versus women. All right. Because I like to keep it even on both sides, but where do you see when you talk about the pool and everything like that? Um, do you think that pool is different for men than it is for women? And then also, where do you think that women versus men have that? I don't want to say accountability, but I want to say responsibility when it comes to the reinforcement of the habits at the beginning of the dating stage and all that kind of stuff versus the sexual stage and all that. Um, that I hope that it was clear.
Ooh. Okay. Give me that first part again.
What are your thoughts on men versus women when it comes to the dating pool that you were talking about? Is there a difference? Are they comparable? Are they pretty much the same standards that you're dealing with when it comes to that? You said you're a little bit older, you shouldn't be in the dating pool and all that kind of stuff. But I'm like, well, what about men versus women? Are you saying this for both? Are you saying neither one should be in the pool at that point, and they both should have had found their person? And I got a third one for you too. I'll hold that to later.
Okay.
But
Yeah, so okay, for that first part, I think uh to be of value. So if we're talking about marriage-minded men, I think
Mhm.
there's two categories of marriage-minded men that would be in the pool. The first category is young men that already know, hey, I want a family and I want to find a decent wife. That woman, as long as she's, a young marriage-minded woman, she's got to be willing to want to grow with him because he's not going to have it financially,
Mhm.
especially, like just you're talking about a young guy in college still. So of course his income is little to nothing. He's probably
Mhm.
working part-time because he's a full-time student. If not, he's a tradesman, so he's still in his journeyman ship.
Mhm.
So yeah, you just got to be willing to grow with him. You see that he has aspirations. He has good head on his shoulder. He all around good man. Uh,
Mhm.
and it's like, yes, I'm willing to hitch my wagon to this ride because I'm getting indicators that he's going that direction. I like the direction he's going.
Mm.
I'm catching him now. Boom. Hook your wagon to him, girl, and let him go because he's taking you with him. Great. I think that's one guy that young women should learn how to find. Like
Mhm.
suss this guy out and locate him. If you're in college, this is the time to find him. So and then the other kind of guy, marriage minded, again, if that's what you're looking for, would be the guy that's already he's already built. This is the guy, he's probably gonna be mid 30s. Like he's graduated, he's worked some years out into his field, and financially, sound. Um,
Mhm.
he's worked out all of the business kind of um his business trajectory, like he knows where he's going. He's been working into a company for some years or whatever his career field would have been. Um,
Mhm.
and she just is wanting to meet him already built and just move into, a pre-built kingdom, which,
Mhm.
which is that's what she chooses to do. That's fine, but he's going to have more of the leverage in that relationship. Um,
Mhm. Okay. Okay.
so pool wise, guys still have an advantage in being in the pool later than
Mm.
women.
Mhm.
Women, I think that the Goldilocks zone is really in their 20s, um, when they have the highest capital to
Mm.
cash in. Because
Mhm.
one, they're not as jaded from meeting previous horrible relationships that didn't work. Just think about it. If a woman was to meet if if she's intentional enough to recognize other marriage-minded men or seriously relationship committed men,
Mhm.
she would never have this onslaught of bad dating history to constantly be comparing him to and be worried about. Like, oh, I wonder what he's doing. Because I remember when Marcus didn't return my calls in five, oh, who's that girl that's at his front desk at his job? I remember when DeMarcus used to say that was just his friend. Yeah, like they'll always
I'm
keep going back and pulling from past trauma relationships.
Yeah. I'm mad you on Marcus though. Poor Marcus. That
Yeah, Marcus, DeMarcus.
guy. Yeah. Okay. There's two things you said that was red flag, red flag, red flag. For number one, you said that just imagine, when she's younger and she hasn't been jaded by all these experiences and stuff. I can hear it already. They're gonna be like, "Oh, you want to manipulate a young girl? You want to take a young girl, manipulate her, and tell her what to do? She doesn't
Marriage
know
minded.
anything."
Yeah, I've heard that before too, and it's
Yeah.
weird because it's like you're looking at the worst case scenario. Yes, if this is a bad guy, he's looking for someone who's impressionable to manipulate and take advantage of. But
Mhm.
again, if he's a good individual, then he's just looking for a clean slate that's not going to cause um all of this resistance. Like, not if I mean, if you recognize that I mean well for you, um why would I then, great intentional intent person,
Mhm.
very good person, just out of the blue just decide I'm going to do something that's going to negatively impact you. Like,
Well,
that's not a characteristic of mine to want a wife, want to take care of a young woman, want to treat her well, want to commit to her, want to marry her, and then decide, now I'm going to dog her out. What?
so with that, let me play it out. I like to play in hypothetical scenarios and stuff. And it's like, oh, but I want to go out and I'm young and I just want to, I can party every now and then. Why are you trying to control me? You trying to tell me what to do? It's like,
Then that's not a wife.
okay, all right. I don't know how much more I can play off of that. At that point, it becomes an argument. You know what I'm saying? And then who knows where it's going to go from there. So here's the other part. I would say to that to a man. In this scenario, I'm thinking of an older man. I'm thinking, or at least a man that's kind of on his business, and I would think maybe late 20s, early 30s, or something like that. And the way you're kind of talking about it is like a younger girl, maybe in her mid to early 30s. I mean 20s. So I already talked about the manipulation, and I already talked about the I think it was the manipulation. But the other thing I was thinking of, you said, it's like, oh, but men out here, they be putting on a fake face, they be fake. They'll tell you everything that you want to hear, and then you get with them, and then they change up and they become somebody totally different, and that's how it be going. It's like they be changing on you. They be having two faces. The girl, they be lying to get what they want out of you, and then once they got you, then they drop you and they be going on. They play games with some other. They be playing games out here. You don't know what you're getting. What about that? What would you say to that in that scenario?
There's a chance that I'll agree. Yeah, if the sentiment is there's a chance that someone will maintain a facade and continue to maintain the facade all the way up until a relationship, all the way up until a marriage, and then 2 years later into the marriage, then decide to take the mask off. Yes, I just don't see that is going to be many of the cases. Can you have some type of master sociopath? Yes, but statistically,
Master
the
social.
numbers is the numbers won't support that. Many of the people that say, "Oh," and then they out of the blue changed up on me, or we grew up. No, the flags were already there. You just chose to actively not see them.
Interesting.
Actively not. A lot of the times, I think, because you'll hear that in like tons of these like Kendrick interviews and stuff too. And it's wild because it's like, no, like when you start to like peel back the layers of the onion, you start to get to the core. You're like, oh, well, you already knew this person was a bad deal. You just continued to kept trying to make it work. You tried to force, a square peg into a round hole, and you were just constant at it until it didn't work. And then you're like, oh, well, it was him. Oh, no, it was you. He was showing you indicators already. Mm.
Yeah, I think with that too, I'll throw my little 2 cents into that part. I think what I want to say is that we're all human, right? That's the first thing I think of when I hear that, is that we're all human. I think because I was thinking about that, and I'm like, what if the guy was trying? what if, because I hear on these shows and stuff a lot, now they're saying like, you are my type, but I try not to pick my type. You know, I try to go for something different from my type, because obviously it hasn't been working. Try something different, right? So when I think of a man that probably was bad, actually I think it was on the last episode, one of these episodes, excuse me, of Arlette, there was a guy, and I guess he would be considered one of the more attractive ones. He had his pick, and he was going down, and I guess one of the girls had popped a balloon, and she said, well, I'm sure you're kind of like the player type, and you're a pretty boy and all this kind of stuff. And he was like, hey, yeah, if you would ask me like 10 years ago, I was that guy, but that's not me now.
I remember that one.
Yeah, and I thought it was interesting. So we're talking about the scenario about a guy that's changing, or either he's showing you his cards, or he's trying to not show you his cards to get something in the end. And I'm like, that sounds about right, though. If I was a bad guy and I was doing a lot of things, let's say I was, here we go. I'm going to play it all the way through. I'm going to bring it all the way back full circle here. Let's say I was a young boy in high school, and I got my way all the time with my habits, and I just ran through girls constantly. Hey, you want to do it? Yeah, okay. Just ran through them all, right? Now I've learned that habit that I can get what I want just by saying I want it. So I go through my 20s just running through them, and now I get to my 30s. I'm on my business, and I'm traumatized by all my past relationships. So I focus, and now I want to be a good dude. And I want to get with a girl, somebody that's younger, maybe, right? So let's say I'm 33. I want to get with like a 25-year-old. She's a little bit younger, right? That's 6. How many years is it? 8 years? Is that really? Yes, 8 years. Wow. It doesn't seem like it. But anyways, so now that's a nice little age gap. And she still wants to party a little bit. She's probably just out of college, or maybe you know what? Let's back it up a little bit. Let's go with 22 and 30. Because I think she's still right in the cusp of college, maybe right at the end. And he's kind of right. He's getting into his career. Right into his career. So want to date her, but like I said, I was player the whole time, and now I want to change my ways. But so, am I wrong for trying to be with her? But I haven't completely changed. This is my first relationship out of my player days, so I have to learn, with some discipline. But out of discipline, I still got those habits, man. I still got those habits. I like to talk a little bit, talk a little game. You know what I'm saying? And I don't do nothing wrong. But I like to talk a little game. You know what I'm saying? That's what I do. That's what I did. That's what I know. You feel me? So, am I? What? I'm trying to change, though. I'm trying to change. So, is it wrong in a way? Like, how does that work? How does that play out into being a positive way? Because in that scenario, yes, I am the guy that's putting on a face, but I'm trying to put on a good face to be better in the long run. But in her mind, she sees that I'm just trying to get in her draws, because that's how I was the whole time. You see what I'm saying? I want to be a good guy.
Okay, I got it. I think in that case, so there's a double standard that exists. There's a double standard that exists, unfortunately. And in the case of that scenario that you just posed, for men, it works in their favor, because women generally, I wouldn't say all, not all, just not an all fits kind of answer. But in general, women like men that other women like. And so they want the guy who can pull other women, but they want him to only have eyes and desire for just them. In his case, a reformed player makes him a better suited candidate for a woman who wants kind of who's looking for a relationship. She's looking to retire a player. There are women
retire a player. Okay.
Yep. They're
Up his jersey.
That's exactly it. They'll say, "I made him hang up his jersey. I made him
Mhm.
turn in his player's card." And to them, that's kind of like a flex. Like
Okay.
he could have got any woman he wanted, but I got him. I kept him.
Interesting.
He
I
kept me. Of all the women, I'm the one that rose to the top, that made him say, forget all the others. That's the one that I'm hanging it all up for. And I think they see that in their mind as that's the ultimate flex, the ultimate power move. Is this man can have his pick of the litter, and I was the diamond.
Interesting. And I would love to hear a female's perspective on that. So this is from our point of views, but I wonder if a female somewhere out there would have a different opinion on that scenario. And now let me reverse that. Would a man be able? Would he feel the same way if a
No.
woman was in her player days and she wants to be reformed? She wants to hang up her jersey. Would a man feel like, man, I made her hang up her jersey? Everything you just said, could it
Mhm.
could it could it go that way? Could
No.
he feel that way? Do you think
Mm-mm. That's why I say it is a double standard.
it's a double
Uh,
standard?
yeah, and that's just
Hmm.
kind of, is it right? Is it wrong? I will not say to in either direction what is right or wrong. I'm just merely pointing out what it actually is, like
Hmm.
in reality, what it is. Not in a perfect utopia,
Hmm.
um, it should be equal. It's like, okay, if it's equal for this, it's equal for that. It's just
Hmm.
like, okay, if that's what you choose to, want to, s- if you want to argue that, it's fine to
Hmm.
argue it. But I like to operate in what is
Hmm.
reality, and what is women like men that other women like, and they like to feel like he chose me and I
Interesting.
retired him out. Uh,
So
and on the opposite, I don't think there's a guy that wants to feel like she had all of these guys before me, and all of the other guys kept on pursuing her. And I remember all the guys were doing her, but I'm the one that won it out.
so okay. So what if um here's a curveball for you, I think. What if I'm trying to think, because it sounds like you're basing that off the aspect that the past matters and
Past
body.
matters a lot more for men than it does for women.
Can you say that definitively for the majority?
Well,
So are you saying all men, or are you saying majority of men,
oh, no,
some
no, no,
men?
no. Yeah, yeah. We don't operate in alls over
Oh,
here.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right, all
No,
right.
no alls. No
No
alls.
walls, no walls. I need to make a shirt. Ooh, I'm gonna make that a shirt. No walls.
No alls. Okay. Yeah.
um,
No.
dang, I'm gonna write that down, man. Let me write that down. Um, but because what about for people that where body counts don't matter?
For men, women.
For both. And it's, you know what, specifically men, because we're on men right now. Because we talked about a lot about women. So
Yeah. Okay. So
what if body counts don't matter for men? Because think about it. He's
that's
been running through a
interesting.
lot of girls. So
Hmm.
why he's had plenty? So why would the person he's going to be with care about how many she's been slanging? And maybe he's like, I'll take you as you are. I don't care if you had 1,000. Is that an exception, or do you think
Those are exceptions.
those are
Yeah.
exceptions?
I think if I was to hear a guy, and I think in general, and again, no, no, not alls, not alls,
Yeah, no alls.
no alls over here. Um, Men, we check other men who starts pursuing or showing up with the
Careful. Careful.
The community bicycle.
Oh, come on. I said careful.
That was careful.
Oh,
That was careful.
yeah.
There were so many other adjectives that could be descriptors that could be used there.
Okay. Yes. Because you got to think again, in this scenario we're talking about, the man that doesn't care about the body counts, his girl is the community bicycle. So he might
other
take that
guys
as a you know.
Okay, let's just right now, me and you, let's just create another person. So we
Okay.
got buddy number C, who's right here. We got this avatar right here, buddy number C. He comes
Yeah.
to me and you, and he's like, "Hey, man, I'm interested in Stacy. She's real cool." And I'm gonna look at him and be like,
Stacy who?
Stacy who? Oh, the real cute Stacy with the long, hair with the Stacy with the braids
Down the block, Stacy? Around the corner, Stacy?
Terry was just with her last month.
Whoa. He's talking about other Terry.
No, I tell you, we're both. It was two. Terry and
all right,
Terry.
all right. I played it. Man, I was just hitting that. Like, are you know what I did? Bro, you know what I did with that? You know what I just, bro, Stacy?
Yeah.
Man, she a good time, man. But what you talking about with that though?
Now he's like, yeah, well, we were talking. I like her a lot. She's, start saying that she's going to church now, and I like how her head is getting.
Bro. Hold on. You sound like you catching feelings for this girl. Is that what you're saying?
Don't do that, sir.
Because I smashed her too. You know that, right? You saying you falling in love?
Look, Avatar C. I worked that over too last year,
bro. I mean, look. You know what? I'm just so okay. This is a great scenario. I'm gonna finish playing it out, and I'm gonna tell you something. So, look, man. Whatever. If you like it, I love it. You know what I'm saying? If you wanna get married,
no.
Have your.
That's not how that conversation would play.
Look, I gotta. If this is your life, if this is what you want to do, bro, I just want you to be happy. I just want you to be happy and know that I just need you to know everything first, though. Just make sure you learn everything. Clarify. You know what I'm saying? Clarify. I just want you to know everything.
Yeah, I don't see that being the realistic conversation. Is the guys is going to tell him that's a no. That's a no-go.
You think so?
If he still continues to move about and pursue it, all that follows afterwards is all on him. So here's the thing. I think the guys will at least try to do him the favor in letting him know that that's a bad pick.
Ooh.
And I think that's where guys differ from most women. Is we will be willing more to say, hey, based on her prior past activities, that's a no. Everything is saying no right now, man. Get out.
So that's my next point I wanted to make as we were going through the scenario. How much obligation or what are the rules about telling a guy about a girl that he's interested in if there's some knowledge about her? Is it bro code? So this is me. I'll give you my answer and then I'll let you answer. I've always thought it was bro code. It is bro law to inform fellow bro about his girl before he becomes too in depth with that situation. In this same exact scenario, because if she has been around the way and she is trying to, this is gonna sound bad. I'm gonna say it and then I'm gonna I'm gonna bring it back because it's gonna sound like you're being a hater. It sounds like you're being a hater. It's like, yo, maybe she is trying to change herself. Maybe she's trying to not be a streetwalker anymore, and she's trying to be a real, genuine relationship. Why should we take that from her and block her blessing? Because maybe Guy C is a good dude. So why would we block him from being with her? Maybe he's always looked. Maybe they were the soulmates who were always supposed to be. Maybe she didn't see that at that time, and she had to go through all these situations to get to that point. So us being our bro code, we're gonna be like, bro, you know she's had like 100. Are we doing a disservice to both of them by blocking their chance and opportunity to even get to it, or do we follow bro code as we always have known it? Because I know for me personally, I would want to know. I would want to know everything, but I don't know if that next guy would want to know. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, bro code. Now I get so this I get the sentiment, and I understand the pushback. And well, if she's trying to change and she's trying to reform, who are you to, like you said, who would you be to hinder what could have been, or the what could be? That's a great rebuttal. That's a great concern. My response would be, if it is then, like you say, meant to be, then if the guy is presented with the facts and evidence and then choose to, of his own free will, enter into it, then it is what it is. But he needs to be presented with the potential risk, because we practice risk adversement, and a woman's past is something that we need to take into consideration before you start. Because again, if you're going to be a and this is all under the confines of a relationship, right? And if you're practicing some amount of traditionalism where you're practicing gender roles, if I'm going to be protecting, if I'm going to be providing, so provisions, my resources, that's my hard work, my what I'm waking up in the morning to head out and do and come back home and then take care of, protection, my life. I'm saying that you're worth my life. You're worth my hard work. I got to know that you don't have this fleeting eye. You're not monkey branching to the next guy that comes along. The relationship gets stale. It gets stagnant. You start reminiscing on how James was touching the back of the oven and hitting the reset switch. And you're like, man, like, I really wonder what James is up to. No. She likes variety, and she's now stuck in this stagnant relationship. She remembers when she could have any guy of the week, but now she just got you, and you just ain't doing it anymore. That's not a good spot to be in as a guy when you got your life and your resources in the balance. No.
And you think having an extensive past or history jeopardizes that, makes that so?
Yeah, the bro code is like the Carfax for men. Like, hey, let me check the prior history. Like,
Carfax for men. Okay.
Hey, let me pull her report and find out. Oh, she's been in a couple of hit and runs. Okay.
Oh, jeez. Hit and runs. Okay.
Like, I don't know if I want to own this. This is not a great investment. How much is the asking price? No, that is not it. I'm not willing to invest in this.
Yeah. Interesting.
Risk adversement. That's all it is. Risk adversement. I genuinely think, and so if she thinks that it's meant to be, but then given the facts and the evidence, now the man decides to change his mind, then was it meant to be?
Hmm. So, just to clarify, here's this is it's an unfair question I'm going to ask. So, just to clarify, are you saying that body count matters?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I think it definitely matters. I think in general it matters to more men. It does not. It does not. It's a higher concern for men than it is for women. Are there women
Mm.
that are concerned about a man's prior past relationships, or she's concerned about how many partners a man previously had? Yes, there are some, but I think in general, women are a lot more readily um, okay with, okay, the past is the past. All those other girls don't matter. They'll say all these things. All the other girls don't matter. So why should all the other men matter to you? That's cool. You got other concerns. You got other things that you're interested in.
Hmm.
You're more concerned and interested in what my future is going to look like. I'm more interested in what your past looked like.
Mm. Ooh. Ooh. My future gonna look like. I'm more interested in your past. Interesting. Okay, I'm about to marinate on that one a little bit. Yeah, so awesome. I have one more question to ask you from way back when we first started. Compromise. I wanted to know your position on compromises, and I mean, we probably even use some of the stuff we just got finished talking about: histories, futures, dating pools, double standards, all kind of stuff. What is your take on compromise in relationships or in situationships or just in the whole aspect of the social dynamics that we're dealing with in the first place? How do you think compromise plays a part in that when from a man's
Compromising
point of
is,
view and a
yeah,
woman's point of
very
view?
important. Very important. I think a great form of compromising is when you try to, if you look at the 80/20 rule.
Hmm.
80/20 rule is a great example of compromise. You can have, if right now you do like a mental exercise. So everybody out there, if you can just, especially this is great for single people, build your perfect partner. Everything. Just take
Hmm.
your whole wish list of what a perfect partner would look like to you.
Hmm.
Uh, Physical type, intellect, income, height, beauty, muscle, fit, tone, curvy, whatever it is. And then I say, now you can only get 80% of those. Go through your list, and I'm just at random. I'm gonna take your list from you and I'm gonna scratch through 20% of those things. And then I'm
Hmm.
gonna hand the paper back to you. Will this still work for you? If you say yes, take the paper, run to little print your print your wife out machine, and the little machine will spit her out, and you're happy with that. That is a great compromise. I think that would be, so many people um don't want that though. I think men are definitely way well more accepted, more acceptable to take the 80 and be great with it.
Hmm.
I don't know. This is where getting a woman's input would be great. But
Hmm.
from the outside, me and you probably looking at the dating market and looking at these shows, it
Hmm.
doesn't look like women are okay with the 80. They want
No,
100.
100.
They want 100.
I saw one today. Oh, I'm cutting myself off the screen. I saw one today where these last two on a pop balloon. I ended up, and the guy he had popped on somebody before about tattoos, and I guess he held the balloon to the end on this girl, and she had tattoos on her neck and on her face. And he held the balloon, and he mentioned, he said, "Hey, I don't really care for tattoos, especially on the neck. If we were to get married, or if we were to get together long term, get married, I think he did mention that marriage. Would you be willing to either cover it up or remove them, have them laser removed or whatever?
Hmm.
And that was his. He was like, other than compromise. It seemed to me like he was trying to find a compromise. It was a big compromise. I mean, to get the stuff removed sounds painful, expensive, and it's a big commitment. But if he said marriage and it was a potential match, it didn't seem like he was going to require it from her right now because they're still not even dating yet.
Right.
But and she was like, no, and pop the balloon. And then they had what I like about this pop the balloon, they had it behind the scenes, and like for that particular instance, they'll comment on it. And she said, like, yeah, I believe that you should accept somebody for exactly how they are right then and there. And I'm not going to change. I feel like the person that is for me is going to accept me for exactly how I am. I'm not changing for nobody else. I'm not changing. And that's why I brought up the compromise thing. I was like, in a situation like that, where she said, so in a situation where somebody comes up and they're not quite 100%, them or what you would want, at what point do you look for a compromise versus accepting somebody for exactly how they are? Or is that the same thing? Like, where do those two meet? I should say, because I haven't really thought about it all the way through. I'm like, accept somebody for how they are, but then is that considered compromising, or is it not? Or is that just a perfect person for you? Or I don't really know. I haven't really wrapped my head around it yet.
So, I think you can niche yourself down into there is only possibly 3 people out there that are for you. And the people that I think that do that are the people that are, I'm not going to change for no one. I will not compromise for no one. And they're going to choose me for me. They're going to pick me for me. Fine. You can have all the kids you want then. You can have all of the baby fathers you want then. You can get all of the piercings and adornments that you want in your nose, mouth, ears, tongue, face, eyebrows. You can have the longest eyelashes, the longest nails, the most colors in your hair. There's probably a guy out there. Who he is and where he is, that's going to be your problem to find then.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've niched yourself down to only one person out there now will be accepted of that thing. Cool. The problem is I don't think a lot of women recognize when they have narrowed down all of their suitors to one specific guy. You've got no other viable options because you've dictated there's one guy in the world will accept this standard that you've created. Now, let's just say she's like, okay, well, I'm not going to do the piercings. All right, well, now you're pulled your screw. I'm not going to have multiple children. Oh, you're pulled your screw again. I'm not going to tattoo my entire body up. Your pool just got bigger. Man, you've got a lot more suitable candidates that would be your mated pair. Okay, well, now the piercings just went away. Well, what do you know? There's a lot more men that's willing to accept what you got going.
So, from what you just said, the way you just described that, it sounds like you're saying either the culture or the culture of men and the way they think is that they want those things. Because it sounds very subjective though. Like she removes the piercings, this and that and that. Now more men obviously are gonna start not flocking to it, they're gonna start accepting her. Are you saying men want women with less piercings and less colored hair? Is that of course not the exceptions, but are you saying the majority of men want that kind of stuff?
Yeah,
and
I'd
therefore
say
the pool opens up?
yeah, in a general, if you're looking to maximize your best options based on the market. Really, all you're doing is appeasing to the market. The market dictates what what it wants. The market. So I'm not going to go to. Uh-oh, my lighting's acting crazy. Uh, hold on, dang it.
Yeah. While you're doing that, I'm gonna go do some. I'll be right back.
It's crazy. Still doing something weird.
All right. Yeah, while you were doing your thing, I figure I'll just go and re-up on some water and stuff.
Yep.
So yeah, we talked about compromise a little bit. I want to say one thing before we continue. It sounds like you're giving men a lot of kudos in this conversation so far. I just wonder what can be said from the other side. You know, is there? Because I feel like we everything we're saying is it's almost like, you know, women are causing the bad habits and men's approaches and things like that. Women aren't choosing right. They're not compromising well. That's kind of like the take I'm getting from a lot of these points so far. And I was listening to that, and I'm kind of accumulating that.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know, for any women watching, you know, that would sound a little discouraging. You know, it's like, dang, especially from coming from just two people's points of views.
Yes.
So what can you say to help bring this back around? Is there anything negatives about men you can bring into this aspect? Is there any more better advantages you can say that women have? Or when it comes to the compromise, when it comes to the dating pool, when it comes to the choosing, when it comes to the, you know, all this stuff, what is a more positive spin that can be said, if there is something?
A more positive spin. Well, I will say I found that women give a lot of grace to men. The caveat is it's men that they want, though. They will give a lot of grace to this guy. I've seen personally, I've seen people that I've known that have been given chance after chance after chance, and I'm just like, wow, like she put up with a lot. And I know, you know, without either of us getting too personal, we both know people within our family where you're like, yikes, like I would not.
That's what I
But
thought you were talking about at first, honestly.
yeah, and it's like, man, like they have given a lot of grace and a lot of chance.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still going, still going, still going strong. But it's like, yee.
I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it personally.
Woo! And it's
You
like,
even think it was like you were thinking about him? Done. Get out of here.
woo. So they do have a lot of that. I mean, these are individuals where like till death do us part, that part in the vows, the commitment, she took that for exactly what it meant.
Mm.
Good, bad, the good, bad, and ugly, and however you would want to cut it, you know, the vows actually meant that, like that covenant that was taken for those who are religious. But that those vows made amongst your peers with your family all present, his family all present, under the eyes of God,
Yeah.
that meant something to her. That meant everything to her. And she, to the T, took it.
Yeah.
So yeah, women are in that capacity, in that aspect. I've seen a lot of guys that have taken that have not valued how good of a woman they've had because she stayed such a rock. And I remember seeing that kind of dynamic and saying, if I could have a woman like that and not take advantage of it, that's what I want.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to come back to that, but anything else about women?
As it pertains to the dating market, so that as long as you're the guy that they want, they're very loyal, very forgiving, but you have to be the guy, because it doesn't work if you're not the guy.
You're not that guy.
If you're not
You're
that
not
guy,
that guy. Interesting.
I guess I gotta have a little more specifics because I'm trying to think of like other great dating marketable things that women are genuinely, that's a general trait of dating market women currently.
Well, let me ask you this. What about their intuition? Do you feel like women have a great sense of choosing or a great sense of knowing what they are wanting, what they're going for? They have a great sense of, okay, if I just want to have sex, I just want to have sex. If I just want to have a relationship, I just want to have a relationship. I know what I want. I know what I'm going after. Or I know what I'm picking up on. I can pick up on things that he's trying to hide this, but I can actually pick up on that. What about those things?
I'm curious about that myself. I heard a lot about women's intuition. Oh yeah, girl, we women, we just know. And it's like, really? But this is like your fifth guy that you've been in a relationship who's, gone upside your head. Or this is the fifth guy you've been in a relationship that's cheated on you. How great is this intuition? If you are that's wild. I've never seen someone with such great intuition always greatly picking the bad choices. Either men are really good at the switcheroo.
Now it sounds like you're being specific. It sounds like you're thinking about somebody specifically or something here.
No.
You're not saying, of course, there are no alls.
Yeah, no alls.
It sounds like it's saying no wall. So sorry. It sounds like saying I was like, no walls. You got no walls. But are you talking? I mean, you're not saying that women typically choose somebody that's not what we're saying, right? You sound like
I
you're talking about
think
somebody specific here.
well, no. I don't have anyone specifically in mind. Again, generally speaking, either anecdotal or just looking at the landscape of dating. Because let's just say let's just say hypothetically, if women were really good at picking um great mates,
Mm-hmm.
would the dating market be what it is then? Why are there so many single people?
Why are there so many single people? Why are there so many single people? Maybe they just haven't figured it out, or
Great. Correct. That's what I think. And if you haven't figured it out, your intuition is not that great.
okay, okay, all right. Hmm.
I think they have. I don't know what it is. Uh it might be some form of intuition. Maybe like some type of sixth sense, like the spider sense or something. I don't know what you want to call it. Intuition, I don't think is the right word to call it that, because if it is, they the ones that are still finding a lot more failures than success in dating are clearly ignoring that intuition then.
Interesting. Hmm. You know, I think about it, and I think it's less of a spider sense, and I think it's more of a emotional an emotional uh consciousness, being
Okay.
emotionally aware of themselves, because and I think any woman would also agree to this, so I'm going to use it as a baseline, in that they're more emotional creatures than we are, and we are very much more straightforward. Do we have emotions as well? Yes, but typically it's understood that men operate more in logic and women are more emotional and all that kind of stuff.
Ooh,
Not
glad you said
alls,
that.
not alls, but
Okay.
stereotypically, stereotypes are based off of some truths, right?
Mhm.
So I think what it is that men are so simple, and like we're just straightforward with stuff, and that's even how, you know, how they get caught up. They get caught up was like, ooh, woman looks good, and then you start breaking down those inhibitions, and you start doing things you don't supposed to be doing, and women are like, emotionally, like, he's off, because this emotional um intake, my intake is off. I was taking in all these different things, different ways, different habits, and all of a sudden it's not the same. Like if it is a spider sense, if it's a spider web of some sort, there's a vibe that was going on, and now there's a something that's vibing this one line a little bit differently, and I can tell. That's what I would chalk it up to. You're not receiving the same things that you were on a day-to-day basis, because otherwise anything else is paranoia.
Mhm.
Anything else is just straight paranoid, and um there is no, oh girl, I just felt it in my bones. No, you didn't. You were either paranoid, or he was moving differently,
Yep.
and that's what it chalked up to.
Yeah, I fail to see women's intuition as a as being correctly labeled, because a lot of the things that you're saying, I so here's the definition of intuition. The
Okay.
ability to understand something immediately without the need for conscious reasoning.
Without the need for conscious, yeah.
A thing
So
that one knows or considers likely from instinctive feeling rather than conscious reasoning. And
okay.
and that's the thing, because if you have, here's some other similar words: hunch, a feeling, feeling in one's bones. You just said it. Gut feeling, a funny feeling. Divination, a sixth sense. Instinctual, clairvoyance. So other similar words.
Avoidance. Okay.
That's not it. What they say they have is not it. Because if you have all of these abilities, these are like superpowers. If you have those abilities, you should not find yourself still running into the same situations. How? How do you have Jean Grey's powers and still finding bad quality men?
Jean Grey
You're
wasn't exactly on
essentially
top of it either. You know what I'm
you're
saying?
walking around X-Men out here with Emma Stone and Jean Grey powers and still finding out that they're picking bad men. How?
Interesting. Very interesting. I need a female perspective. I need a female perspective on this stream. If y'all want to get on here, please hit me up because we need it. I got nothing else, man. I think I threw all my curveballs at you. I tried to kind of bring it around and all this kind of stuff, but we just couldn't. I don't think we just couldn't quite get to that, to what I was looking for in it. So I'm sure I'll hear some feedbacks and get some other perspectives.
Cool. Yeah.
And we'll try and work off of that. But for now, I think it's a great point to get back into this, and maybe we can even jump on the other one if you have time. Are you
Okay.
Okay. All right, perfect. Here we go. You hear that well? Oh, you don't hear it.
Let's see.
Here, let me go back to this real quick then.
Without further ado, let's get to know some of these guys and see what they came here for, what they're looking for. What's good, y'all? It's your boy Joseph DeGray. Follow me at Joseph DeGray. And what I'm looking for in a woman.
Okay.
You do hear that?
Yeah, but man, that style, what is that?
I don't know. I was just using that. Let me see if I can.
Don't get that fake ass smile. Y'all talking shit. Girl, what's his Instagram? What's his Instagram, girl? All that fake ass smile. Hope y'all down there. Look.
Yeah.
Girl, the camera's on us now.
That's exactly what they did too.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
No. That's a bad still.
All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single guy.
He got 30 tracks on
Wait,
Instagram.
Which one did you like again?
It was the pink and and black. All pink, all black.
Number four here.
Yep. One
Okay.
of four.
Interesting.
Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
Oh yeah,
Thomas.
Thomas. How old are you?
Thomas.
32.
And what do you do?
I work for a clean energy company. 32.
And what do you do?
This face. I work for a
She's
clean energy company as a buyer, and I'm in the Army National Guard, and I am a bartender.
Nice. Well, thank you for your service. And now, what are some things like to do for fun?
She don't like that. She don't like that bartender. He out at nighttime. It's security alert. It's security alert. Pop, 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 pop. Go play sports, watch video games. Go play sports.
Somebody didn't like video. You saw her eyes roll just now.
That's pretty much it.
Okay.
You see that? You saw her eyes roll.
Go play sports, watch video games. Go play sports, watch video games. What?
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Okay.
She's like, oh, another one.
All right. Now, what are some things you look for in a
I
woman?
like that shirt, though. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't like that shirt.
Kind, woman to guy.
That's a bad shirt.
Y'all be mean out there, huh?
It's okay, sure.
I prefer somebody who is going to be.
It was the video games for her.
I don't get it. What's wrong with video games?
I would never kind of like anime has been become okay to say in public. I wouldn't say it on a date.
I wouldn't either.
Same way with video games.
Most importantly.
Okay.
And other than that, that's pretty much it.
Got it. All right. So we did get 2 pop balloons. Let's go on over there and see why they ended up
Let's see.
popping.
Let's see.
Look how they're looking.
Okay,
They're looking
what's
like,
your
what's she gonna say?
It's video
Thomas,
game.
my name is Candy, and I'm 29.
She's stuck up.
Candy,
She's
why did you
stuck
pop
up.
in your balloons? So initially, I'm not a fan of the earrings.
Okay.
But
Which
wanted
can
to
be
give
taken
an
out.
opportunity to hear more about
Right.
what you had to say, and I think for me it was the video games.
Told you.
Went big on that.
You saw her
And
face,
video
like
games.
she's like,
That was it for me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now Thomas, is Candy someone that's your type?
Oh, absolutely.
oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
somebody who's doesn't like my earrings or my
Yes.
style, I mean, I really can't do nothing for her.
All right. Now we did get one over here.
All of
And then
them.
we'll go back to those.
Look at that stank
Why you ended up popping
face.
your-
My name's Kendra.
Yeah, we can't see because his head's turned.
I bought my balloon just because you look great, attractive. I appreciate how you came here and gave effort today, but I'm just
Man, you got these long ass clown shoes on. You got these long ass.
They long
You don't
though.
play that song. Shit.
not a woman of God, so I want to make sure that you find your match in every way. So I don't think it's me.
Now she's someone that's physically your type. I know you said woman of God was something up there, but
Oh no, she's definitely my type, but at the same time, I mean, you understand like I understand, so I appreciate your honesty.
I appreciate you.
thank you. And then let's go back to our other two. Name and age and why you ended up popping your balloon.
Yeah,
Hey,
which is
I'm starting.
happy.
I'm 29, and I popped my balloon because of the video game comment as well. I
Really?
was waiting for you to
She held
elaborate
it.
a little bit more when she did speak
Oh.
on the video games, whether you play them a lot or not. But I don't prefer for my man to play video games either way.
At all, really.
A wild woman tweak about the video game.
Yeah, see, I don't
If you
get
think
it.
about it, if the nigga, if he on the game, he home.
He's home.
You know what I'm saying? You
Exactly.
have
He
somebody
could
that's on
be
the game.
out.
What you say? Oh, somebody,
That
I
is
love bowling.
crazy.
I love
I'll be
hanging
out
out with
doing a
the
lot
homies.
more stuff than
Love
playing
guys.
video games if you want me
I
to.
love, you know what I'm saying, poker with the homies. He's out the house. He home, fam. He inside the house.
He's in the
They put you a
house.
little
You
house.
can
Problem
see
solved.
what he's doing.
Problem solved.
Right over there outside the room. And being on the game save you a lot of money. A lot of nights I ain't go out because I was just in the house chilling on the game, saving buku bucks. Shit, the gaming channel at the peak with me gaming at the peak. I think my gaming channel brought like it brought me like $5,000-$6,000 a month. 12,
Good.
36, 48. That's $60K a year.
That's not a
Just
lot.
playing video
That's a
games.
salary.
That's just on the money. I ain't talking about the donations and shit like that. So you know what I'm saying? I was making that money and staying my ass home and saving money.
That was kind of a low key flex.
So video
Mhm.
games, like, do you play them very often? It's just the gaming channel. Or is it?
They didn't even
that?
ask for for any
No,
clarification. That's the thing. They just heard
I'm
video
extremely
games
hungry,
and
so-
automatically applied the
That's
stigma of
kind of the
video
reason
gamer
that,
to them.
it kind of
That's why you
just
don't
short, but no, I mean, again,
disclose
there's
it.
plenty of other things. That's just kind
But
of
that can be like with anything though.
So,
I feel like
Yeah.
but again, you are extremely beautiful.
Thank you.
that's why
And
I
do
wouldn't
like your hair.
tell people nothing about me if they're just gonna use it against me and
Pop,
without
your name and age and why you ended up popping your
clarifying it
balloon.
or anything.
Layla Elise, I'm 29. I popped my balloon. Well, for starters, I really love your top. I love your outfit, and your face is beautiful.
I'm
It's
calling
very
her. Her
handsome.
chest is gotta be
But
thick.
I really can't do a dangly earring like this. A deal breaker.
See, there it is.
And,
All day right now.
Nothing wrong there.
Yeah.
and then you said something like you seemed like you were very stubborn on that when someone else said it. So
They're coming for that earring.
Oh no, I understand. Some different strokes for different folks, but if an earring is what turns you off about somebody, that kind of shows me that it's not much that you're looking for. So it's fine.
Facts.
Got him.
Okay, you
He kinda low-key cooked him, too.
I don't do no dangly earring. That's what?
Click it out.
But yeah, you know what I'm saying? They try to y'all know what they be calling guys that wear dangling earrings and all this shit. They call them this, but y'all know what that word really stands for and what y'all really trying to call them.
Yep.
And then
Yeah.
so now, yeah, let's get into it. I'm not gonna keep myself.
Exactly. Just say it.
Earring, it's sassy. I don't like that. That earring that I like, no man wearing that. That's sassy. Sassy is they try to call you sassy, and another way of calling you gay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ain't nothing wrong with being gay. You gay? to you, live your life, live your truth.
And the thing is, to me, I'm gonna pause it real quick. He doesn't give me sassy, not like the other guy did. The other guy, that guy was sassy. This guy, he's a little quirky. He's a little he comes off like he plays video games. I feel like he plays Dungeons and Dragons. You know what I'm saying? That's the vibe I get from him. But he also seems like he's aware that he plays Dungeons and Dragons. And he's putting his outfit together. I mean, wearing an earring like that is that's a little bit more mature class style, if you ask me. I feel like I could see him out. He seems well spoken and stuff. I don't see anything. I mean, he's got his lineup. Usually, guys, the kind of guy that they're thinking about that plays video games is not him.
Well put. Yeah,
Those they don't look like this.
Put together well.
They be having peasy beards, messed up looking hair. They just throw on just any old thing. He looks like he's going out on a date, and he just so happens to turn on Madden every now and then. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't. They're not putting the context into it, paying attention to the details.
Yeah, I think so. There's definitely a big stigma against guys who play games, and here's another thing to take into account. They have at some point, either personally or via a close associate or friend, had basically a couch bum who would just play on his game console and just will, from sun up to sundown, just game away. And that's just a form of trauma. So the moment you say game as a guy, she instantly goes back to the 22-year-old herself, where she would go to work and then come back from work and her boyfriend was still sitting in the same place gaming.
Dang. Yeah, even I feel if I did that, I'll feel some kind of way. The only time I would do that is if I know everything's taken care of. Because you got to get up, wash clothes. I usually game on the weekends. So weekends is usually time for wash clothes, workout, and cook. I usually cook. And then we'll go to the movies or go out to eat on Sunday or something like that. So usually Saturdays are my days to do that. And I can get away with 6-7 hours of playing video games. But even I would feel like, okay, I put in 7 hours. I probably need to go and draw a picture or something. I don't know. Go for a walk. Even I feel some kind of way about that.
Yeah. So I think that's the biggest thing. Gaming is a trigger. It's a trigger word for most women because they've experienced the negative gamer guy.
Yeah. It's funny.
So never mention games. Do not if you might only play. It's like that's the thing. He probably barely plays a console. I don't touch my console. At one particular point, the only thing my console was good for was just playing DVDs in. And that was the only time it was ever coming on. Now, it doesn't come on at all. I don't even know where my console is. It's not even connected to the TV.
Not even for like Netflix or anything like that, the media?
Smart TVs now.
Okay.
Yeah. And I loved gaming. I loved it. It's just life, man. You get children, you get a wife, and it's like, yeah, could I play? I could, but the time is better spent somewhere else.
Yeah. I understand that. And with hearing this gaming thing, it kind of makes me think of you have to hide this thing. You have to hide this thing of yourself so that you can have a chance in the dating pool. And it makes me think about, I'm going to the other side of it, women and the things that they have to hide in order to have a chance in the dating pool. If it's not gaming, what would be the equivalent of gaming for a woman in the dating pool?
A gaming equivalent. Probably if they love watching reality TV.
I thought of that as well. And yeah, I could see that.
Because I'm like, oh, you like drama. You like the ebbs and flow of interrelationship conflicts and turmoil and chaos. Like that's what gets you going. That's what goads your goat is watching drama unfold.
mhm.
Uh-uh.
And the issue with that is that I feel like that's probably worse worse than gaming, because there's such a negative subjective. It's a negative impact it has on the psyche, seeing all that drama and stuff. And it's almost like it prepares your mind for being like that. But then it can also have its advantages, and that you see these scenarios happen. It's like, oh, I gotta watch out for that kind of thing. That'd be
Oh
an
yeah.
advantage. But
I mean, I would say if I had to choose the two, would I like her to actually just take interest in seeing it and being content with watching drama, or would I rather her want to have drama exist in our actual relationship in order for her to feel the excitement or the rush or whatever it be? No, yeah, please watch it. Watch it then.
fair.
Yeah, no, I don't want to I don't want you introducing drama and stress and conflict into our relationship.
Yeah. Okay.
It's trying to say, oh, you sassy, oh, you gay. What's wrong with being gay? So now they're trying to, that turns into a phobic slur. That's all. It's almost even like how dudes used to say no, moo, but now they say pause. Because they started getting fined and in trouble for saying you ain't allowed to say it no more. So now they're just trying to say, then they just say pause.
Oh, that's where that came
You know
from.
what I'm saying? Movies in the 90s.
I used to say a lot of stuff in the
Used to
90s.
use
Man.
the F word.
I was thinking
You know
that
what I'm
too.
saying?
Uh-huh.
You agate,
You know what I'm saying? The G unit. They used to say that. You know what I'm saying? In movies, there was no controversy. But now, it's controversy. You know what I'm saying? It's just time. But I don't like how y'all be trying to hide them slurs like that. Don't hide them slurs. Say that phobic shit that you really want to say. Oh, Tpindell, it's really emotional. It's really getting in you right now. Well, you must work that earrings.
Because it don't get said. Arlette's not gonna bring it out.
The big thing about this right now is they lost the last guy. That was the it guy for this episode. I don't even know if somebody coming next, but I'm letting you know that was the it guy for this episode.
I think there's one more
after
this.
Show you. It's coming out the back. It's 1 out of 5. You put 2 or 3 episodes together, it's 2 out of 15. It's not a lot of them. Top 10% of men.
Can I ask a question? Like, what inspired you to get it?
Yeah, ask about the games. Ask about nothing else.
Can I ask the question? Like, what inspired you to get it?
Well, I have 2 necklaces of angels on my chest.
This is good.
One is for my child that didn't make it. The other one is for my daughter that did.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So that kind of represents just the angel wings that I wear.
Ooh. It got nothing to do with sassy. You just that's I gotta pause that. That hits a little bit. That hits because
He said he got the angel wings.
this kid that died. Oh man,
Yikes.
this guy's been through stuff. He's more. There's more going on behind him that he got kids, so he's getting in some cheeks. You know what I'm saying? Not only is he getting cheeks, but he had a kid. He lost a kid, so he's out. You know, there's nothing wrong with this guy. This is a good guy from what we know and what we see. Why you pass him up because of his earring
Yeah,
or in video games?
Those are kind of weird. But I would like to hear. I can only speculate why women would like I said, because of the stigma behind gamers. But yeah, to X him out on stating games is okay. All right, X them out on an earring or X them out on a shoe. Like, you realize like it's a lot easier to change a shoe or to take out an earring than it is to change a personality trait. What are we talking about right now? That
Right.
is wild. Your priorities is on his swag and his drip, but not the content of his character.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Trying to tell you, boy.
Pretty much it.
Now, is she someone that's your type?
It's quiet.
Oh, absolutely.
R.I.P. to that man child that ain't make it too, man. Blessings. I hope you healing from that.
I do like the dress. I don't like the bottom portion, which is, I guess it's a flare. But other,
Frills.
Damn, what you doing on the knees?
Ooh.
What you do, BMX? X Games? Cycling? Like the pedal, you know, you put something about that pedal and eat your shit up. Dogs look nice, though.
Ooh, yeah.
Like, I'm healed, bitch.
yes. But again, you look beautiful either way.
Thank you.
So,
So we do have 2 balloons left unpopped.
Go pop
Let's
your
go
shit,
ahead and ask the ladies a
He's
question.
not
See if any of them are
interested in them.
can you tell me what your ambition is?
There we go.
Let's start
Okay.
here
Good
with
question.
your name and age, and what's your ambition?
My ambition,
Name and age.
I'm Tanisha, I'm 29.
She ain't
My
paying attention.
ambition
Him
is
and that
to
sound effect.
live the dream, and that is to basically own a house and
Like the pop? Live the dream.
yeah.
Yeah. She's not interested. I think she's so defeated from that other guy.
She's like, yeah. It's like
Yeah.
it's like she loved it, came back.
Yeah,
Oh.
her mind went way out somewhere, and then she came back and realized, oh yeah, I'm on a dating show.
Oh, I feel like I said before, I feel bad for her a little bit, but just look at her. She's distracted. She's looking somewhere else.
Yeah.
Her mind's somewhere else.
Own a house and
Popper,
I'm sorry.
popper balloon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's your
That's my dream.
she's not interested.
That's my dream.
I knew it.
Next lady.
Like she looks like she wants to pop right
Everybody
now.
want that American dream, quote unquote, but in actuality, you won't never own no house, bro.
Ooh,
It ain't like it used to be back in the day, back in the day. You don't own no house. You can buy a house, pay the house off, let you miss that property tax.
yep.
They gonna put a lien and take all your shit. I don't care if the house is paid off.
Which is
I got a neighbor
crazy.
that's dealing with that shit right now. They're grown. All their kids are grown. Of course, the neighbors are grown, but their kids are grown, and their kids do not want to live in Florida. They're from like Europe. So their kids do not want to live in Florida.
That's a
They don't know
problem.
what to do with their home. It's too big. They need to downsize, but their children don't even want the home. They want to give the home to their children for their children to have like a family. No, neither kid wants the home.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually something that our family's talked about a lot, because all 3 of the sons have moved away from South Carolina. But when our parents are gone, all that land and stuff they own is there, and we've already kind of talked about like, hey, what are we gonna do with that? And I was like, I don't think the brothers want it. Well, no. I ain't gonna say all that. there was it's just a lot of discussion on how it's going to be taken care of because we don't stay there. Still got to pay the taxes. Like as long as you pay taxes on it, you're good. But you know, who's going to stay there? And I mean, I could see myself going back to stay there if I have to accomplish everything that I'm doing. I have to get to a good, stable, settled point. But if not that, then I can't come back until that's done. And like I said, I don't think the other two brothers want to come back to stay there, but I don't know. That's up in the air. So to hear that, it's like, that's real, man. That's real.
And it's interesting because I think it happens a lot more with our age group.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it's like, dang, like all of that your parents or your grandparents have done, and they were doing it in the hopes and expectations that I will set up my grandkids, my children or my grandkids to be further along than I was. So you don't even have to worry about a home. Here's the home. But like the kids are like, yeah, I want a newer home. Or yeah, I don't like this area. Or yeah, I don't like this state. And it's like, yo, you worked your whole life to hand them something, and they're just like, yeah, let's just sell it. Let's sell it, split the money, and get rid of it, and just go on about our way. Yeah.
Right.
It happens.
That's where we're at, man. I wonder what's going to be like for the next generation, or how it's going to move differently. You know, I don't know. Guess we'll see.
But the home is paid off. But guess what? If they stop paying that property tax, or they don't pay their homeowners insurance, they cooked. We don't own the land no more. It ain't like that. You know what I'm saying? You used to be able to, back in the day, wait, this is your shit, this is your family, you can leave it for somebody else. It don't work like that. Now, they probably bought that house 25, 30 years ago, and it was $150K. Now the house, damn near $1 million. So when something happened to them, which we all get about here sometimes, when something happened to them and they go on, the kids ain't doing nothing but selling that house and splitting that down the middle.
Yep. That's yep.
500K for you, 500K for you. That's it.
All right, Nathan, answer this question.
Almost better off.
My name is Nagmone. I'm 26, and my ambition is to open up a spa. I'm in the beauty and wellness industry, and I love to make people feel beautiful. That's ultimately my goal and my
I
ambition.
do not like that. But, man, that's not a great dress.
Ladies, any questions for him? Where is he from? Let's start here. We'll be back. Sorry.
Like you came back.
You had kids.
I have a daughter.
You have a daughter. Okay. Sorry.
She's ready to pop anyway. She was ready.
Yeah, she was ready. I knew she was ready to pop. She already knew he had a kid
Sorry.
when he was explaining
So
it
prior
over
to
there.
that, is he someone that is your
Yeah.
friend?
Absolutely. I think that he is really well spoken, and
If he was her type, him having one kid wouldn't have been a problem.
Wouldn't have been a problem.
That's why I always say is that if anybody, as men or women, if you like somebody enough, you will change all your rules for. You will break all the rules for.
Break
them.
all the rules. Yeah.
So I mean, one kid is not like I'm not gonna say it is nothing, because it is definitely something, but it's manageable, I would think, if we like somebody enough.
And again, I think there's a double standard, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
In particular, when it comes to children, not always, but in general, when it comes to children, women are more accepting of men who have a child or two more than a man would be of a woman.
Okay.
And I think really what it comes down to is just the dynamics of it too. Logistically, women will have their children with them, like custody wise, unless the courts have, unless both parties agreed to 50-50, courts will mostly default to a woman having physical custody, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for a woman to now be dating a man who has, a child, she she knows that at least the child is not going to be there on a consistent basis. So she won't have to play stepmom.
Hmm. Hmm.
As a guy, coming into the situation, she always has the child. Now they
Yeah.
do say like these silly things like, oh, the man will never meet my child until I'm ready for it. Cool.
Right.
He might not be there to meet your child. Like you say that like that's a knock. Or I don't let them meet my child. Great. I didn't want to meet him.
Jeez. Great. I didn't want to beat the little. Anyway. Jeez.
He dresses nice, so that's a plus. Okay, absolutely.
Let's just find something
someone
nice
else
to
you
say. Just to say it.
Yes, but I'll be honest with you, a house is pretty low on the list of things, but I guess the American dream is whatever you make yourself.
Absolutely.
See? It's an all-around good guy.
Question for him. I work with kids. How old are your kids, or how old is your
Daughter, man, you got one daughter. Why y'all not paying attention?
She's 2.
She's 2.
Oh,
So fresh. That would be different for me.
that ain't a little fresh. That's fresh.
What is your
Yeah, that's
comment
a fresh
on family
child.
life? Why do you choose to be single and not with your family that you made a family with? If you don't mind me asking.
Great question. Great question.
That's a good question.
That's not a certain. You answer the question. A man's gonna answer the question. He's not gonna pop your balloon or stray away.
Exactly.
That's a great question. Why you with your baby mama, bro? What happened between y'all?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody looking at him too.
Like, that's too much. Why you worry about my pants? Watch him answer this shit.
You don't mind me asking.
I think that's a good answer too.
It's not.
Okay, let's see.
I gotta answer the question.
Behind closed doors.
No, I understand. Mainly because you're raising a child, no matter how much you want to be with that person. If you guys are not compatible, all it's gonna do is make you both angry, and it's gonna affect the child. So I'd rather be with somebody that I love and I'm happy with, so I can reflect on my child, rather than be with someone just to hold up some sort of standard that the world puts on us.
Why you knocked it down and went raw dog?
That's weak.
That baby. If you
That's
ain't know
weak
that before
answer.
you had a baby,
That's a weak answer.
a lot of times a baby gonna come.
Why you say it's weak?
That's a weak answer. Because that's generally, again, now I think you've asked this before, or you've made a statement.
Yeah.
And I stick to it. Keep the same energy. Keep the same energy. Because that would be an answer that a woman would give in this type of setting, where she would say, oh, well, we grew apart and there was no need to stay in a relationship if I didn't love him. And, it's best to let him go so he can find who he's meant. Then why have the child?
Yep. Yeah.
When did you know that this wasn't some person to go the distance with?
Yep.
The moment the child came out. What?
Yeah. No, I agree.
So, yeah, same energy. Like, that's a weak answer. Like, okay, I think here would be some acceptable answers. I'm just gonna give some people some of the cheat sheet.
Okay.
He fell on hard times and he resorted to using drugs. She fell on hard times and she lost her mom. It put her in a bad place. She resulted to abusing substances, and we tried to work through them, sought out help. Those did not work. She chose the substances over the family. So I had to remove myself from that situation. Boom.
I think those are still weak. I think those are weak. If those are just as bad as what he said.
No.
So think about it like this. So, and hold on, let me get the baseline. Let me make sure the baseline is correct here. Are you saying that his answer is weak because he had a child with somebody that he was not married to?
Yes.
More or less. Okay.
And it doesn't seem like he probably already had suspicion that was not going to go the distance. then don't have the child.
Well, yeah, there it is right there. Then having a child, regardless of whether it's good or bad, is already bad. If that's the case, then so his answer and the answers that you just gave out are still bad because the child is there. You know,
But the reason for not even pursuing the reason behind letting the relationship go, that's the difference. Is that he just saying, well, basically the magic wasn't there anymore. What?
I mean,
What?
it could be for different reasons, though. We don't know. I mean,
He
it could be the
didn't say
reasons,
infidelity. Usually, if it's
right?
infidelity or abuse, they lead with it immediately out the gate. It's like right
Okay.
there, top three. Boom, boom, boom. She messed with my brother. Boom. She messed with my cousin. She messed with
Oh, that's dirty. That's messy. If you say that right here, that's messy, though. You know, you can't say that. And
But it's
this
like,
guy,
yo,
I don't
that's
think he's gonna say that.
immediate grounds for termination.
Yeah,
Anybody would be like, cool, yeah, don't stay. Don't try to work that out. I
right.
wouldn't. That's a given. So when people start doing like these like dances and shuffles where it's like, oh well, the magic wasn't there. Yeah, no. You, you
Think they just
I'm gonna
argued
need
too
more
much or something.
information. I'm gonna need more information than that. Yeah,
See,
don't
I could see that what you're saying to get more context and more information.
need more context.
Once they match up and go on the date, then y'all talk about it on the date
Yeah,
more along
yeah.
those lines. But I would say I think it's the answer. It's the correct answer to give right here in this context because, like we
In
said,
this setting, in this
yeah,
format, yeah, that's probably
yeah,
a safe answer to give. I guess you don't want to put the
mhm.
the mother of your child, you don't want to put her out on Front Street,
If
right?
you're classy,
Yeah.
you're not gonna do that because, and I think it's the way he is. This is on par for the way this guy. He's gonna speak articulately, and he sounds like he's kind of the way he maneuvers through the questions and everything. It sounds about right on par with what he is. But I still agree with what you're saying, and that I this is so. It's kind of like it's I'm holier than thou kind of statement. And I know I'm not, but it's like I wouldn't have a kid with somebody that I'm not. If I knew, but anybody can say that. If I knew I was gonna marry them, I was gonna be with them, and they're the best thing, they're my soulmate, they're all these things. I just love her. We're gonna have a kid, and we have a kid, and then we don't end up together. you know, that still is just as bad as oops, we had a kid. It's all the same thing
I,
because the commitment wasn't there before the kid came along, right?
yeah, here's my thing. Again, not to say that you are greater, um, that you're better person for having this standard,
Yeah,
or less of a person for not having this standard.
yeah,
Me personally, I always had the belief that if I ever had in a relationship or just messing with a young lady and I found out that she was pregnant, I would then want to um see that through.
mm,
I don't want to just be like, oh well, you were just a casual occurring person. I wasn't wanting to, like, I knew that if I was talking to someone and minus one, there is one of all of the girlfriends and situations, if any of them were to ever have gotten pregnant, I was willing to step up in every situation. except one.
Interesting.
Except one. I would be like, please take care of this.
Ooh. Questions now, not to dig too much into your stuff, but it brings to light some context and some mindsets here. Number one, when you say take responsibility, so words, do you mean get married, or what do you mean by that? You step up. What does that
So
mean?
marriage was definitely one. That would be marriage would have been on the table for certain. Any of the girlfriends that I had, marriage was on the table. Marriage was on.
And so this one, you said that was the only exception. That was a fling of some sort. That wasn't a serious one,
Right.
basically. That's not
Yeah.
one you would have taken seriously
No.
had it happened.
Yes.
And I think so. That there is the outlier that I think a lot of other people have as their common. For you, it was an exception. For them, that's their majority.
Oh yeah,
That's
maybe
their
that's it.
majority.
A
And
lot of
for you,
people are
yeah,
entertaining people that they do not want to
exactly.
see themselves tied to.
I mean, think about
And
it.
I've never wanted to do that. I've
You
all the
yeah.
girlfriends, if any of them were to say, "Hey, Freddie, like, here's the pregnancy test."
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is a lot sooner than I was expecting, but we're
Yeah.
here now. We're here
Boom.
now. Let's go.
Baby on board. Yeah.
Um, but I think a lot of people are, if you are dealing with someone that you can't see yourself being the father of their child, you probably
Yeah.
should not deal with them. I think that's a lot safer.
So you're saying if you don't see yourself having a child, wait, are you saying you said have a child just now, but do you mean married? If you don't see yourself being married to that person, don't
Oh,
have sex with them?
so here's an even better question. What is dating for?
I mean, dating. So
What is
people
dating
always,
meant for?
it's a conundrum that people say that I date with the sake of getting married. The end goal of being married. That is what dating is. It's you know what? No, I take that back. I take
That's
that
what it
back.
should be. That's
I
what it
contradict.
should be.
I contradicted myself. That's what it should be, but I can see dating can be a commitment in and of itself, and that is the long-lasting commitment. We're living life together. That is the dating. Dating is it's marriage without the title, basically, and then there's marriage.
No, see, I see dating as the vetting stage.
It should be. It should be.
Yes, but I think okay, yes, to your point, people are now using it as a form of commitment. They're saying, "Oh, we're dating." Like that is the relationship.
Yeah.
It's like no, dating is the vetting stage. That's where you're saying, uh, okay, at least we both pass each other's attraction um state, or the attraction factor is there. We feel
Yeah.
that thing, right? People call it the chemistry, the connection.
Chemistry.
Yeah,
Vibes. Who's vibing?
the vibes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've met that threshold. Now, do our morals, do our world views, whatever is going to continue that thing, like
Mhm.
once that, you know, that fuzzy feeling wears off, like,
Mhm.
are we still moving towards a unified goal? Do we have the same, like, do we both, practice the same religion? Do we both, uh, what does the
Oh.
family dynamics looks like? You want 5 kids, but I don't want none. That ain't gonna work. Like, so
What if I just want to smash? She wants to smash. I want to smash. That's our goals. We're aligned.
I think
Everything's aligned.
that's dating now.
And the bedroom is aligned. Do I
Yeah,
need
yeah,
anything else?
that's dating now. I think that's like dating now, which is wild. Which is wild.
And that's where you can have the slip ups and have a baby, what unexpectedly, because there is no other end goal outside of just having fun. What if that's the end goal? What if, what if it's just, I want to experience this for this moment and move on. There was nothing else meant by it. And it's like, oops, I'm pregnant now.
Yeah.
Should I marry that person because I just wanted to have a little fun?
No. So we're trying to solve. We're trying to remedy the. Dang. You're trying to solve for the after effects, the aftermath. And I think really you should solve for the core root of the problem. The core root of the problem is no one feels like they need to really be pursuing the thing that would probably fulfill them the most, a committed relationship. And for men, they don't have to pursue commitment in a relationship because women are moving more like men. And so as they are moving around, giving up the sex without any form of commitment, men are committing less. Because that's how you received sex, really, is that you courted the young female. After you courted her, family vetted you. Like, all right, yep, this young guy, he's got his head on right. Cool. And then you married. And then you just go off into the sunset like little rabbits.
I'm gonna say something that's gonna be unpopular. I think I said it before already, but I'm gonna triple down on it right now. And that I firmly, wholly believe that it is ultimately the woman's responsibility and why we have the pregnancies, the unwanted pregnancies and the stuff like that. Now, I know men play a part. Men, you can't have a baby without a man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I understand that. I understand, man. I want to say that men have half the responsibility because it's 2 chromosomes, right? Male, female, XY, and all XX, all kind of stuff. That's what we provide to it. Sex is 2 people, and all kind of stuff. But and I know there's religious aspects that go into it, moral aspects, and all this kind of stuff. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you have to receive a man's courtship. You have to accept him, lay down with him, and then not prevent it from happening, whether it's the condom, whether it's plan B, whether it's abortion, and I'm not saying you have to do those because some people don't believe in abortion. Some people don't believe in these things. Some people are allergic to latex, whatever. There's all kinds of different reasons. But with that being said, you can't deny that at the end of the day, it's your body. I know. Look, I put myself in the aspect. If it were me, if I were a woman, and I can only imagine this as I say it, and I had the ability to have kids, and I was fertile. I'm fertile, and I would take that. I would be very cautious about who I would. I would probably follow that same thing that you're saying right there. Whoever I lay down with is somebody I can see myself having a kid with, and hopefully there's somebody I can see myself being in a long-term relationship with, and I would dream that I could marry. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I think I'm not gonna say I follow that now as a man, because as a man, I feel like we're horny men. Like we see a picture and we feel all kinds of ways. So we want to smash anything. But I feel like, yeah, I feel like women they have such a more. I give women so much respect. I think so highly of women because I think they're beautiful. I think every woman is beautiful, no matter all their shape, size, what they have. I think they're all beautiful in their own way. I think they'll have something to offer. I think they have the other side of myself that I don't have, that I need. I need a woman. I need my wife. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. I feel the same way. Yeah.
So me saying that, I can only
No, not
imagine
about all of them being beautiful. No, that's
I think they're all
that's
beautiful.
wild.
I have a respect for women because I think that
panda bear kind of stuff.
I think they're powerful. I think they're beautiful. I'm saying that genuinely because I think so highly of them. So I've heard reasons why. I've heard excuses. I'm gonna say excuses. I've heard excuses in that. Oh, but he played me, and it's his fault. And this is. But I was like, you're smarter than that. You know your body better than I know your body. If you have this intuition, if you have this ability, you have this power. You have a power. You have the power to make men gravitate to you because of your vagina. You have feminine essence. You have all these things about you. You are so much more than I probably even know. So I don't really accept that he played you and that he took advantage of you to make you have a baby. That I don't see that. And I implore any woman to change my mind, but it's hard pressed because if you tell me that a man Jedi mind tricked you to have a baby,
yes,
then you're down on yourself.
That's a hard sell.
You're down on yourself because I don't think that a man has the power to do that because you have the power, you know? So
yeah,
I can't make you take a plan B. If I have sex with a woman and she wants to have a baby, guess what? She's going to have that baby. I can't stop her from having that baby. She has that power. She has the power to cancel it or to keep it. And that's where I'm like, well, it's all in your hands because once I give you that seed, my control over the situation is gone. Completely gone. So that's how I feel about it. I feel very strongly about that. If I had a daughter, I would try to school her on understanding her responsibility and her power. With great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah.
I would try to teach her that.
Yeah.
You know, so that's my stance on it. And I see this man. I think he seems like a good man, and him not being in that relationship with that woman is probably it's for reasons I don't know. It's probably because it was a one night stand, or probably was because they were in a relationship and it wasn't a good relationship to begin with. They had no real strong foundation, but they got as far as they did, and here they are with a mess. No disrespect, brother. But you know, she didn't have to have it. I would. That's so insensitive, but
it's true.
Yeah,
it's unless for like religious reasonings, right? Unless for religious reasonings,
yeah,
she did not have to. Yeah. Now, like you said, I think in a one-on-one setting, it's up to her to probe a little and get more context as to why he's not in that relationship. But to just let someone off that you're potentially vetting as a life partner with just the magic ran out or the love wasn't there anymore. That's a weak answer.
Yeah,
that's a weak answer.
So not. I feel like this question is gonna go down a rabbit hole. You know what? I'll leave it. Let's just continue with me.
Complicated thing. By the time you're gonna fix some shit. No. But you should have knew that already before you had the baby. Come on, man.
And then at the end of the day, kind of make her into a piece of shit.
That's understandable because I'm a foster parent. I'm not a biological parent. Like I said, I work with the kids. I worked with kids before, and I do. But like I said, I'm a foster parent, so I can understand that because I know personally me. If I have a child, I'm allergic to latex. Okay, so if I have a child with somebody, I have a conversation probably now with anybody.
Man, they got them lambskins in there.
I'm about to say the lambskins.
They got them lambskins. They got that special lube in there for you too. You open that condom up, it's like you open a pot of.
What'd she say?
They got them in there.
She said she's allergic to latex.
Oh goodness.
Coming here all fertile and hot ready.
Child with, you know what I'm saying? So it's
She look like
that's
she
a big
fertile. Like she
responsibility.
pop
There's
out
some
about
people in
10
the
right
world
now.
that I would make a father, but I would not make a husband. That doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? But you know what you understand what I'm saying?
You said it.
What I'm saying? Okay. Hopefully we can talk about that.
Hopefully.
Hopefully we can talk some more.
We're good. Any further questions?
He out there. He out there. I see it in his eyes. Get out there, man.
Where you from? I don't
I'm
think
from Michigan,
you from.
but I've been here for a while. Where are you from?
Now he's trying to figure out how to get rid of her.
Yep.
Okay. So you know what it's like to live in the snow.
Sadly, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go on up to the front.
Get up out of there, fam.
He's not excited.
Your body language.
He's not excited at all. That is not his prospect.
Why are you looking at me? Get over here, girl.
Yeah, he was.
All right. So, are there any final questions before we determine if this is
He's
a
not
match?
interested.
I
I can tell as his demeanor.
don't have any. Maybe
He's
he
not
has some.
excited.
Oh yeah,
Like,
Good.
Put your mic up.
yeah. I did have
Okay.
a question. So tell me, how you feel about dating somebody with kids?
That would definitely be something new to me. I know in the past I dated somebody who was I don't want to call him a self-proclaimed stepfather, but he was a stepfather to someone else's kids. And it didn't really bother me. Like I said, I'm a foster parent, and even I have friends who have kids, and I take them in as if they're my own. Like I'll babysit them, I'll watch them, I'll help out financially because I don't have any biological children. So I am a empath, I am a giver, but I know my limits. Okay, you gotta know your limits. That would be something new to me. I don't think I necessarily dated someone who had kids that I knew of. So that would be something different. Like I said, I work with kids. I love kids.
you're open to it.
This is something new to me because before
She didn't say she was open to it.
Say, talk what it means.
Because I'm just like, scientifically,
She's about to talk her way out
if
of
you
it.
have kids with somebody, like the woman is still, y'all are still messing with each other. Like that's
That was an easy.
how it
She could have
seems
easily
to
answered
have
this.
gone, with the culture and how things are today in today's society. But I would be open to it if it's
Like,
like
shut up.
mature and we have
Shut up.
conversations and if there's boundaries.
What's she talking about?
Pounding
There's
over.
some type of co-parenting arrangements and agreements because I don't play with my health. I'm gonna have to
Shut
tell
up.
my charge too, girl.
Goodness.
Okay, so
You look like you're thinking real hard. What's going through your mind?
Just some of the things that she said.
okay,
And I appreciate your willingness and openness, and I really do. And I think that's beautiful that anybody who would be willing to have a foster child, to be 100% honest with you, if I'm able to have another child, which is a son, I would love to adopt a child because, I think everybody deserves a parent. So, yeah.
Okay, well, is it going to be a yes for you for him?
yes.
Okay, and is it a yes for you for her?
No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
See,
why
I
you
knew
take
he
a
wasn't
long
in-
time?
I knew he wasn't interested. She does not do it for him.
Look at that.
She said,
Ooh, yeah.
You for
No.
Say,
It's a
We all do that.
yeah.
It's a very straightforward reason, and I appreciate that. I really do. It's a really straightforward reason. During our whole conversation, it was more about I'm okay with this, and I'm okay with that, and I'm okay with this, and it kind of seemed more of a selfish desire than a.
Why would
Also,
you say
when I
selfish?
make open and I just said that I never really dated somebody that had their own kids.
It's not like she just.
Elaborate
Yeah,
on that so I
you
can
need to
understand. I want to have a better understanding.
Somebody talk.
So it's not about I'm open to dating somebody with kids, and I'm more open about that. It's more of a hey, this is what I'm comfortable with. This is what I've seen. This is how I perception works or anything. Never seen it before. New experience. Exactly. And if it's that easy to be not open to it, you were never open to it in the first place.
Okay.
Ooh,
Okay. All right. Well, have you head
Oh.
on back? Thank you.
I kinda-
Okay.
Dang. Dang.
Thank you for coming on. Go ahead and give it up for him, ladies.
the sound effect is
Thank
killing
you.
it. She walking.
Yeah,
She walking back.
he wasn't looking for her at all.
Okay,
He
we're
wasn't
trying to
looking.
bring out our next
Yeah,
single guy.
he was hoping that she would pop.
Yeah,
You just had to get a good little look see.
the red is not
I'm trying to figure out.
the red shoes. It's like I feel like she's gonna trip over that.
Get them toes at the right angle.
That's funny.
Joking, guys.
Hi.
They about to pop on, buddy. Don't do it.
Hello, welcome in. I'll have you hold
Oh,
that.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
He came out on my head.
He's done. He's
Why?
done.
Wait, why is he done?
What he's
We just saw him. Why is he done?
he's done. You
What's
already
wrong with
know.
it? Why do I
You-
know? Well, why
Why
do I know that he's done? What's wrong with him that he's done?
You tell me. I'm curious. I'm
don't
wanting to
know.
hear
You-
more from you.
You said he's
I'm wanting
done.
to hear more from you.
So I think he's a well-strapping young man. What's wrong with him? What could be wrong with him? He just
You
walked
tell me.
out.
I want you to play devil's advocate and tell me what you believe.
Ah. Well, the first and foremost is the earring because they already don't like dudes with
They
earrings.
don't like the
on
dangling earrings.
on
Yeah.
this episode, so that's off. He doesn't. He gives me more like dad bod kind of thing going on here, which I thought was it's the end thing.
It's a cap. Yeah, that's all lies. All lies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's one of those stupid things that you'll hear where they'll say, "Oh yeah, I like dad bods. Dad bods are awesome." No, it's not. What it really is they're saying, I've had the nice sculpted bodied men,
Mhm.
and they didn't do me right. So now I'm gonna try these dad bods because they're going to be grateful that I'm entertaining them.
Ooh. Damn, you putting a lot of words in their mouths there, eh?
Yeah.
Hey, is that what you
They don't
say,
like the
son?
dad bods.
They
Just like,
don't
oh,
like the
I
dad
like a
bods.
nice guy. Or you'll hear this a
Ooh.
lot on like the Kendra G. I want a God-fearing man. It's like,
No,
well,
you
then
don't.
that means to tell me you were dealing with heathens.
Yeah.
And now you think the God-fearing man doesn't want sex either. That's funny. You think the men in the church don't want sex? Okay.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
That's wild. The earrings, the dad bod style thing that's going on here. I think his outfit is fine, but I don't think it's fly enough. It's not fly enough. For what they're looking for. He doesn't match them. If I had to look at you and look at me and look at you and then look at me, I think that's what's kind of going on here.
Mhm.
He's not on their level of flyness with the outfits, which is a shame because I think you can change that. You can upgrade
You
somebody
can.
with that.
You can. Yeah.
I think he's on the right track, but he kind of gives me like 28-year-old kind of vibes just from the side look that we're looking at, because he still has like a young energy about his style, but it's got an old flair to it, which is not matching up. I look at the pink and I look at the red. They have the mature grown woman kind of feel, but I'm trying to stay vibrant with my colors.
Yeah.
And yeah, they look like they were in their mid-30s. He's like in his late 20s kind of thing. But
Yeah.
any comments? And that's my take.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's just built bad. He's built bad. He's built bad. Yeah, I think okay, so statue wise, he has a odd shaped figure. So Jim would help him. He's got the height. That's great. That's a plus. That's
Oh, yeah,
something
that's
that
good.
you can't change. That he's got. So he's winning on the genetic lottery roll for height. So if he wants to turn it around and capitalize off of that, the Jim change up the physique. Change up the physique. Yeah.
Mhm.
Clothes, I mean, everyone's got some kind of style and they try to become unique. Just find a style that works and then just imitate it, mimic it, You know, if not, ask the lady if she can see past the clothes and see that he has great character. You can change his clothes, ladies. You can change his clothes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think it's the look. It's definitely the look. Like if you compare him to the guy that came out earlier, the It guy, it's like, yeah, it's definitely the physique. Height is okay. I think he's got the height, like you said. If he were more built, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. If he was more sculpted,
Uh-huh.
I think he would be okay. I don't like the pants. I feel like the pants are a little too tight around the ankles. I think that's not. And I say that to nitpick. You know, I'm nitpicking because I feel like these little things probably could have helped with the body already being off. These little nitpicky things would have helped to elevate his desirability a little bit more. But yeah, let's get into it. Let's get into it.
Yep. Let's
What's
see.
your name?
Look how
Let's
she
see.
look. This is it, huh?
Yep, that's exactly what she's doing.
Y'all miss y'all opportunity.
She's like,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
the sigh of.
Wait. So here's my question: do they know that this is the last guy?
I
Like
think so.
Yeah. So they're probably going to be more willing to hear more of what he has to say. But again, it's the initial reaction. You can tell just on facial expressions, um, whether they're engaged in you or not.
Yeah.
Just go back and replay the previous stream where the guy that they all were interested in came in.
Yeah.
Look at faces, body, all of the signals, and then come back and compare and contrast it to when this guy walks out. Night and day. Night and day.
Yeah. It's dang. Oh, I was gonna say Pink is engaged. Pink has been engaged in all of the people that's come out up until this point. She's been listening. She'll turn and look and all this kind of stuff. She seems. She would have been like I said, my number 2 on the stream. I think Orange, Silky Orange, that's gone, was my number 1. I know you hated her, but Pink is definitely my number 2 because she seems like if we were in a conversation, she's listening. And that's what I get from her.
Yeah.
And she has we can have a mature, good, grown conversation. I'll probably be silly with her. See, people that know me, see me every day and work with me, stuff like that. I'm a silly dude. I like being silly. I like to smile. I like to have fun. We can talk about some really smart, deep things and then flip it on his head. I can say something really dumb. Like, what time is it again? It can be silly. And I feel like I'm just saying stuff at this point, but that's what the vibe I'm getting from her is like she can kind of do both. Red, I'm not getting that from Red. Red, it seems like she's got such an expectation. You know what? Okay. Here we go. Hot take. I feel like gripe that I have, I'm gonna say with a lot of people in general, but I'm gonna stick with in this episode on these streams and stuff like that. Is that people have such an expectation. It's almost to the point of entitlement, but it's expectation for things. And there is almost a lack of compromise sometimes, but the expectation is so strong that it's like you forget the little things, you forget like all the nuances of things. And that irks me sometimes, it's like, remove your cup, like empty your cup, remove what you might be an expert at this thing. You might have gone through so many different experiences and relationships and situationships or whatever, traumas or whatever. But when you're going out and you're searching for a new experience, a new knowledge, or a new relationship or whatever, is best to me, and my thought is to empty your cup and allow this new situation to unfold before you and experience it as it is. Experience it as it is. Live in the moment of that experience. Yes, I'm not saying be completely oblivious to everything and fall into the same traps. No, but learn to just listen and look and enjoy what's happening right in front of you, so that you don't miss out on something that it probably is for you. You probably needed to hear this thing a third time. I'm probably mixing up some things here as I'm saying this, but I don't know if that's making sense in what I'm saying. But it's like, just empty your cup, and I feel like Pink is emptying her cup every single time somebody new comes out. She's emptying it, and she's listening, and she's removing her expectation, and she's allowing herself to take in the situation and before her, and then she pops based on something. And everybody is popping based on something, but I just don't like Red. I mean, Red she's a pretty woman, all this kind of stuff, but it's just almost like, it's like, man, you didn't even hear him out yet, and this shallowness is kind of starts seeping out. I feel like it's a shallow starts seeping out in situations like this. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Any thoughts on that? Am I too off base?
No, I think that's within reason, or those are okay assumptions, and then you'd allow the person to either affirm or to either affirm those beliefs or to dispel them.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm okay with that. I see Pink being a very that's a pastor's, a manager's wife, a businessman's wife. I look at Pink and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's someone's wife. That's someone's wife. The multicolored one, now that's someone's long-term girlfriend. That's long-term girlfriend.
Mm.
She's good at being in the house. She seems semi-domesticated, but
Good at working that body.
yes, she works out. And she says she sees herself as being a house cat. That's a girlfriend.
That's crazy. House cat.
Don't yeah. Long-term girlfriend. She's that woman that's been with that man for 10, 11 years, and family members keep asking, when is he going to marry her?
Oof.
That's her. Cool. Red is business wife. Like she's probably constructed where she wants him to be at and how much money she wants him to make. And that he needs to be at this X mark performance wise. It's not my cup of tea. No. Black seems very sweet, very kind. Aesthetically, not for me.
She's thick in the right places. That's not good enough. She got the long hair, don't care. She's got the light skin. She's probably fertile. You don't think so? No, it's not for you.
No. No.
She seems like she go with the flow. She doesn't really give me. She doesn't give me complex conversation type kind of thing. Which is okay.
So. I think
you
so.
Think so?
When you're saying complex, like I'm not trying to go over like dark matter and like black holes.
Okay.
And
so I don't think we're going to be talking about all the things that we're talking about here on this podcast.
Yeah.
I don't think we could have that conversation with her
which is cool.
5 minutes.
Yeah, and that's fine because I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. He would be a great suit for her.
Perfect. Well, we haven't. All right, we're doing the same thing that they're doing. We haven't even heard him talk yet. We need to hear him talk. Let's hear him talk. Hear what he has to say.
Okay. Reality, man.
My name is LeBron.
LaRon, how old are you?
I'm 35.
And what do you do?
He's 35.
What do I do? Boy, I ain't get a haircut. You got the dangly earrings.
Oh, they're about to pop for that.
Yeah.
You got them different world-class stuff. Fashion designer, audio engineer. Fashion designer. What do I
No.
do? There's a lot of things. I'm a fashion
He's wearing his
designer,
granddaddy
audio
shirt.
engineer. Yes, most importantly, and currently working on real estate.
Cool.
Man. What did he say? And currently working on real estate?
Yeah. Yeah.
They smoke the place.
Now, what are some things that you like to do for fun?
Oh, Pinky was
Something
pop.
I like to do for fun. I'm very adventurous, so I like to go out hiking,
You don't hike.
sports, anything
That's silly.
outdoors.
He's got a list of
And what are
something
some things to look for in a woman?
Some things I look for a woman: honesty, communication,
too. No.
good energy.
He's nervous.
Yeah, you see how he's bouncing?
Okay.
So I'm simple. I'm simple. Man.
Yes.
He's got his
And,
arm
what are some of
crossed.
your deal breakers?
Some of my deal breakers: lack of communication, obviously, attitude. How angry I did, huh?
He's giving me a little bit of zesty vibes too. I ain't gonna lie.
2.01s. Yeah, that's all that comes to it.
All right. So we take it a few pop balloons. Let's go on over
Yeah,
there.
a few.
See what you can
Just a
pop
few.
in.
I'm Layla Elise. I'm 29.
Layla.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Okay, Layla, Elise, why did you end up popping your
At
balloon?
least.
Are those your real eyes? Okay.
And
Whoa.
they came over color
What was that?
That's-
Whoa.
She called him
Whoa.
out directly on that one. He's got
Whoa.
some like fake hazel eyes or something like that.
Yeah. But
But-
what was that? Did you? Yeah, it's mannerisms. Mannerisms is a thing that I don't know if it's taught or if it's just if you see it and emulate it as a young guy.
Yeah.
Like you see something and you're like, oh, that's very masculine. I'm gonna emulate that.
Yeah.
Or if it naturally occurs to you, like you say to yourself, oh, probably sitting like this in a chair doesn't look, a certain kind of way, but sitting back, chest out, like that looks more presentable to women. But I am willing to hear more supporting evidence as to or for if it's something that you learn or if it's something that just is inherently just comes out.
Mhm.
But in this case, yeah, he needs to learn more on masculinity in his stance, masculinity in his demeanor, masculinity in how he's presenting, because
Yeah.
that's all of that is missing right now.
That's what I said. I was like, even earlier when he was coming out, I was like, he's giving me zesty, bro. And I'm sure he probably not, but it's just when you present as such,
It's hard.
It's hard to not get that vibe.
And I think other men are, I think as a litmus test, if a woman has questions, I think as a litmus test, she should have other men like suss him out. Like,
I've heard of stuff like that before. Yeah. But they usually know. Well, no. Well, no, yeah, they do. They can know. When they can know.
I don't think so.
I feel like they know before a guy does. You don't think?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
And real quick, speaking on the contacts, so she's calling him out by his contacts right now. But I don't see a problem with him having the contacts in to be more desirable. If women are gonna wear their hair and nails, especially nails.
Double standard. There we go. That's a double standard that works in their favor.
Yeah.
Yep.
Interesting.
It just doesn't work in our favor. If a man came out with a hairpiece that gave his head to look like he's wearing dreads or cornrows, and then he just peels that thing off and he's like, oh, no, that was just my wig. No, I'm bald. And then she's like, no, I was attracted to you because you had cornrows. And I thought,
Oh,
and he's like, what does that have to do with anything? I'm still me. And she's like, yeah, but you don't have the cornrows that I like.
yeah.
You know, it just doesn't work in our favor as well as it does for them. So, you know,
That's messed
every
up.
every gender has their pros and cons. Every gender has, you know, a a thing that is a pro that works in their favor and a con that works against them. Yeah,
Hmm.
and that goes to show that we aren't exactly equal in all aspects.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Popping your balloon.
Are those your real eyes? Okay.
And that's
Yo,
all
that
the
was
contacts.
Yeah.
He got cooked. You ain't gonna
Cool.
contacts in. Hey, shout out to my dog. She be wearing a color contact, but she be talking about they prescription. Oh, can we put the prescription in them color contacts? Take them shits out.
take them out.
Stop
Yeah.
seeing them.
Yeah, that was a thing back in the day. I do
Hmm.
remember that.
You got these light brown contacts in to look more
Yeah.
exotic, and it's like,
Are those your real eyes? Okay.
I can't believe she got him on the first hit. Though. Yeah.
Okay. It's just I think the physical attraction, the style, the dingly earring.
mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Everything.
I'm sorry.
Everything, bro.
I need lotion.
Oh, yeah.
Yo,
Everybody's cup of tea.
did he say his jeans look like they need lotion? Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate
As
it.
far as my type goes, I would have to say no.
Okay.
But you are beautiful.
You would have to say no to
Let's go to the
what?
next lady over
Yeah,
here.
nah, he wouldn't say no.
She wouldn't
That's
say
a
no.
lie.
I'm 29.
How you doing, Serena?
I'm fine.
They all pop.
And Serena, why did you end up popping your balloon? I ended up popping because of the contacts.
No.
I'm not a big fan of.
You saw her face? You saw her face just now? Wait a second. Wait a
No.
second. I'm gonna go back. Wait. Look at Pink.
Okay.
And listen to what she says.
Your balloon. I ended up popping because of the contacts. I'm not a big fan
She's
of
like,
men wearing
no, you
contacts.
didn't. She's like, no, you didn't.
Mm.
She had popped already. Way back when.
Oh. So yeah.
There it is.
Green.
Oh. I kind of feel bad for him now a little bit, bro. He's like somebody
What?
dead.
But why are you putting colored contact? Like they're not even prescription, right? Because he's got glasses on.
It's like
So
putting
either the
glasses
glasses aren't prescription, and he's just putting those on as like an extra accessory, or he has colored prescription contacts, in which case the glasses are just an ornament, or the contacts are just an ornament and the glasses are prescription.
Yeah.
Like that's just weird.
It's all it's I don't even know. I don't even know what to say to that. I think I don't like her comment though. She didn't pop because of that, and I don't feel like that's genuine.
Yeah, well, that's remember we've had this discussion. This is a bad setup format.
Oh yeah,
because it's shown that they are very much pack minded or group mentality, herd mentality, whatever adjective you want to use, but they practice sticking to the group think. Oh, she said dingly earrings. You know what? Now that I looked at the earrings, I don't like them either. What? But was that your initial reaction? No, your initial reaction was probably you liked his face. But now that some other woman has drawn attention to the earring and she's dismissed him on the earring, now you're looking at the earring and you're like, yeah, I don't like the earring either.
Yeah.
But
That's
you either disqualified him because of how he looked when he walked in, or you were okay with Buddy until another woman said she didn't like him.
hmm
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a bad format. Let's finish around here.
Honestly, it's the hair for me.
It's the hair.
You don't like the black, so you just don't like the style.
I just don't like the style of the box. It is
The style is horrible.
It is but it gives you a good circumference of her head.
Yeah, she got a
Shit
weird
around without
shaped head.
to myself mentally. I took myself and put it over the top of the rock just to see what kind of head shape she got. She
Exactly.
got a little cranium on her now.
She got a cranium.
She got that's what I said. It's all ripped. Before I even say something, I said, damn, she got a little head on her. With it up like that. You know what I'm saying? But I like the style.
They don't hide the head enough.
What's our next lady over here? Your name and age.
Hi, my name is Candy. I'm 29.
I did not pop because of that contact.
And Candy, why did you end up popping your balloon?
Just ditto some of the things that the ladies have already said. I think it's the contacts.
No, it
the
wasn't.
earring, and yeah, those. I think just overall style.
Wait. I take that back. Maybe she popped because she also realized it was contacts, but they didn't know it was contacts until she pulled it out. But they probably were thinking that along with the earrings and everything else. That makes sense. I just gotta keep it straight here, you know.
Maybe. And then when she pulled it out, okay, I could give you that. I can give you that.
Yeah.
But I think overall, really, because again, a lot of people like to, unless they're trying to, if they're trying to humble him because he comes off too egotistical, they would have definitely said something about his body and how he was built. But I think mostly, not all the time, again, no alls. So
Yeah.
I think in general, women will be more nice in wanting to critique, especially each other. But if the man seems pretty humble in his approach, in his demeanor, they're going to be more willing to be nice on the letdown. But if you were to pull them aside or get them in like one of those like little like Survivor or Big Brother little confessional rooms, and they could tell you, it would be his body's type.
Yeah,
it would be the body type. Yeah.
Ooh, I always keep doing this.
I can respect that. That's fine. Like I said, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. That's fine.
No worries.
Yeah.
All right. Now, is Candy someone that's your type?
I like Candy. She's cute.
Oh. Thank you. Let's go to our next lady. Your name and age.
I'm Tanisha. I'm 29.
Tanisha, why did you end up popping your balloon?
Just some of the things that the lady said as well. Just not my style and not my type.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That's your type. That's your man right there, girl. That's your man right there.
That's your type.
Ooh, now if you stopped it.
They go together.
Yep.
They absolutely go together.
Yep.
There's actually somebody tall enough for her too.
Yep.
And he's not too big. She's not too big. They're both a little round. They're both.
Yep.
They got the same style, if you ask me. I mean, I feel like they're right.
Yep. All he needs to do is work on a little bit of his mannerisms.
Yeah.
How he shows up. Because that is wild.
Yeah.
He doesn't have very little excuses for that.
He doesn't give me any kind of striking, manly kind of. He doesn't command the room like a manly man, you know.
Yeah.
Like was an Old Spice. He's not like an Old Spice man, you know.
I mean, okay, Terry Crews is one extreme. But even to that, even to that degree, like if you were to chart masculinity, I'm like, yo, you were moving towards neutral. Like you was going,
Oof, dang.
like you're moving towards neutral right now.
Okay.
Thank you. Same thing. Is she someone that's your type?
I mean,
Yes.
she's beautiful, but I would have to pass as well.
What?
Is there anything specific that
He only likes Candy. Candy is like, she's
not my
gone.
type,
She's not even there
Oh,
anymore.
thank you.
but you are beautiful. I'm getting it twisted.
All right, your name and age and why you ended up popping your balloon.
Hi, I'm Kendra. I'm 29. I actually love the contacts. I love the creativity. That's like up my alley. It's more just like, for me at this age, too much passion in different directions. I think at this point, like I'm ready to hone in on what our purpose is as like a relationship. And I want to be able to like understand what you love and your passions and everything. And if you're kind of headed 100 miles an hour in 8 different directions, sometimes so am I. So it's going to get real.
About to say, I thought she had a bunch of different things.
That's what I was thinking.
From previous episodes, she was kind of like
And
that.
did mention like 8 different careers. Do you usually always like branch off and
No,
everything?
those are just things that I do that I have. I don't do all of them at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Well,
got
he is
it.
really nervous. He is rock, and it's a
Yeah.
distraction.
Yeah.
Can't sit still.
That's all it is.
Okay. Now
He's
it's kind
nervous.
of someone that you think.
Rocking and rocking,
Thank you.
rocking,
So it's her last name. Your
So
name and
much
age,
rocking.
why you're popping.
rocking,
He was like, "One day I'm
rocking.
26.
It's
I
so
can't really
distracting.
get myself
Especially once he starts talking, because he's on the spot. He's all over the place. It's
That
it's
is-
like he's like,
Yeah, just
I'm like,
imagine.
why is it so close?
Imagine if you're talking to someone and he's right there in front of you, and you're having to do that. Like that is annoying.
I would say something. I would look. They're talking or they're doing that. Probably look them up and down. I'm like, yo. Just
Be still.
right here.
You sit still.
You're making me dizzy right now. Please, just don't. Okay, don't. Gotcha. Just I got you. You know, try to make it funny because they're gonna feel even more self-conscious at that point. But it's only gonna help them. You got to let them know. It's like, hey, bro, you're rocking a lot. Like, just chill, just relax.
he was saying over there, so that was another factor with speaking up, or maybe it's the mic.
It's not the mic.
I really wasn't too sure about what you were saying. So what is it that you do?
What do I do?
Yes, what you were saying
Not too
over there.
much.
Yes.
Hear me now?
Yeah, just
I'm
fine.
a fashion designer.
Okay.
I do audio video production.
Cool.
Still rocking.
I'm a chef as well.
Okay.
Mhm.
It's, like I said, when he starts talking, you watch.
My purpose right now
Heavy.
is really it's cooking. That's
Okay.
my thing. That's what I like to do. I please people without talking to them. That's my
Why are
way
you?
of-
Why are we asking
Or-
questions? You're no longer
Okay, David, I
interested.
can see him on a friendship level.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hate that. I can see us being friends, like a friendship level. Maybe we can get together as friends and I'm not hearing no. I got enough friends. I'm here
Yeah.
to be the friend that gets in them draws friend. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's the kind of friend he wants to be.
You know what though? I think it's meant to be an act of kindness, but it's
Ugh.
like that slow killing blow. It's like
Yeah.
that just soft knife to the gut. Like,
Friend zone.
oh,
It's the friend
friend.
zone.
Ooh. Oh, I see you as a brother. Slow
Ooh.
knife. That, brother.
You know those the friend brother type thing. Those are the guys that have to wait for like 10 years before they have to wait till all the other guys are done with her, and then she will probably give him a chance. Oh, you did want to date me at one point,
Yep.
right? Yeah, you want to try it now?
Get her on clearance.
Ooh,
She's on the discount rack.
You've been paying on layaway for years. And you finally get
Years. He's been just in the wings, hoping like
Ooh.
eventually she'd come around. And then after she can't get, because women will have sex with the guys that they want. So once
Ooh.
those guys don't want her, then she's like, okay, who's still left?
What?
Old dependable.
Okay. You just
Yeah,
threw
you
something
haven't
out.
heard that one? Yeah.
No, women will have sex with the guys that they want. Do they?
Guys will
So
have
they don't
sex
have.
with guys will have sex with who they can. Women have sex with who they want.
Oh, I think I have heard that. So they don't have sex with somebody they don't want to have sex. Then why were they having sex then?
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense. Dang, it just hits home so hard though. It just okay.
Yeah, but and so that's why that's why it's key to know what her past is, because you can look at the past guys and you can say, "Oh, I'm not a D boy. All your other guys were D boys. This ain't gonna work," because you'll immediately find out that I'm too boring because I don't have D boy traits. There's something in D boys that does it for you. Now, whether it's good or bad, that's up to you. But for me, I know I don't fit those traits, so I'm just going to remove myself from the equation. You go on about your day, happy life. I'm going to just now look for another mate. But you clearly have something that you're looking for, and it's not me. I don't want to be the one that's like, "Oh, well, you're not my type, but I'm trying to give people a chance." You don't. I swear that's probably a horrible thing. I don't. I would like. This is why it would be good to hear from other people, particularly women, because I don't know why in their head that sounds like a good thing to say, but to a guy, how I interpret it, when I hear that, that means your options have not chosen you, and you're actively seeking out these guys, you know, toxic men, abusive men, cheaters, um, guys that are in the streets, playboys. You, there's something about them that does it for you, and now you're thinking, let me just take something that doesn't interest me, doesn't excite me or turn me on or does it for me, just to see if I get uh, a better result.
Interesting.
Not saying that that's not a bad strategy. That might be a good strategy, because insanity is continuously doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting a different result. I think my problem is you didn't do that a lot sooner. Like, you didn't see like my boyfriend number 2, who was like the star captain of a basketball team. He was not going to be a committed boyfriend. And then you continued that on throughout your entire 20s. And now at 35, you're like, oh, maybe that quiet guy over there who's like very studious and got a good head on his shoulder he might be it. It's like, this is a bad deal.
Well, so
for him,
that your scenario though there implies the intent is that she wanted a relationship again. So what if her intent is to run through as many guys on the football team as possible, and then later on, because look at it like this. I've heard this scenario recently. I thought it was really interesting. It was about religion, in that you have two people, two guys. One guy prays that God will bring them food, and I forget the actual thing. No, I think it was a bicycle or something like that. Bring them a bicycle, and they go their whole life and never get that bicycle, and they die, and they go to heaven because they didn't steal the bicycle. The second guy, he prays that God will bring him a bicycle. It doesn't happen over time, and he goes and steals the bicycle, and then later on, he prays for forgiveness, and he still goes to heaven. And he had the bicycle. So with that being said, don't the same kind of rule apply here? Doesn't the same strategy applies here? What if the intent is to get ran through by as many people as possible, and that's her intent, and then later on to have a change of mind? It'd be like, later on I will find someone. I'm attractive. I'm gonna spend the next 5 years, 20 years old, spend 5 years running through as many people as possible, experiencing things, and then at 26, that's when I'm gonna try to get a boyfriend. and settle down and all this kind of stuff. I'll just tell them I only had 3, and I'll pray for forgiveness. And then once we had a couple of kids, maybe 30 years later when we're retired, I'll tell them about the other 100 and pray for forgiveness. We've been together long enough, so he'll be fine. Well, he doesn't know it won't hurt him, you know. Only God knows. God forgives me. So, what are your thoughts on that scenario?
On that scenario, that particularly is wild because yeah, it's built on deception, right? The art of omission is still a lie, lying of omission. Now let's just say, look, I'm a grant your hypothetical situation.
Okay.
If she did not have any kind of backsliding, and I guess she just takes at that point, just take it to the grave. Don't tell the man that you've been ran through. Yeah, that's just why do that to him? Why do that? Like, just think about it. You're 81 years old, and then here comes your 77-year-old wife coming up to you and saying, "Yeah, I know you thought that you were number 3, but you were actually number 57."
I'm sorry. Oh, my stomach is hurting.
That's rough. Like, that's rough.
Oh my gosh. Just take it to the grave.
Just take it to the grave. Take it to the grave. I mean, you've done well, especially if she has not backslid, right? Like,
yeah.
In your hypothetical, she remained a faithful wife. Take it on with you. Take it on home.
Because I'm playing the devil's advocate in this, in that, because it still rings in my head the conversation I had after our last stream with the viewer, talking about the different perspectives, and I think the perspective we were losing was the intent. What is the intention? If my intention is to just have casual encounters, and her intent literally is also just to have casual encounters, then what's wrong with that? And then with that being said, and I know it's probably the cultural and all, some of the background behind that, but then in this aspect, it's like, well, we're talking from the mindset that the end goal is always to be married and have a kid. And maybe that's not the case. Maybe the end goal was always just to have fun. And then later on, the mindset changed to have a kid. Or maybe later on, a kid happened in the casual encounters. And then maybe my mind changed that I want to have have a good relationship and a marriage and all stuff. My mind's changed. I got older. Sex is old. I've done it, been there, done that. Now I want to change.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So people can change, humans can change. The thing is, God is forgiving.
Ooh.
Yeah, God is the one that's all forgiving.
Yeah.
Not man. Not man. It's great that you can change your life. That's cool. But people don't owe you anything. And I think that's where people go wrong. Like, you say to yourself, I've made all of these changes. I know I've done wrong. I've course corrected. I deserve this thing now. No, you don't deserve anything. You get what you've worked for. And again, like, as we know, the numbers don't support if every woman was to try to get married, and you take every age appropriate man, and you account for the age appropriate marriage minded available men who are heterosexual, there are not enough of those men to go around for every woman.
Mm.
So even if every woman now just decides to snap their fingers and say, I'm ready for a husband, there's not, the numbers don't support it.
Mm.
So yeah, with this whole little, oh, there's a man out there for you. There's a man out. What if there isn't?
Yeah.
So
That's-
you did all of these things in your 20s and eliminated the ones that could have been that guy for you. And now you turn around and say, all right, where's my husband? He's not there anymore.
Interesting.
He's not there. I mean, so
Interesting.
yeah, it's cool that a woman can. I had this conversation with the wife a few times before, because she said
Oh.
she said the same thing before. I was telling her a story, and I think I've said it before. I was telling her a story about a young girl who I was interested in that went to another high school.
Mm.
And I inquired around because I worked with a girl who went to the same high school that the girl went to. And I asked her, hey, do you know who such and such is? And she was like, ooh, such
Oh.
and such gets around. And I was like, okay, cool. No, no sweat. I know what box to put her in,
Oof.
but I wasn't disrespectful. Like you were stating, I knew that it was something to just be casual as casual. I want that same experience then. What she's known for is what I want the interaction to be. But as I was talking to the young girl, I realized she was like on a whole nother different type of situation. She was like, oh, I'm getting ready to go to the church with my mom. Um, yeah, I'm not interested in, wanting to go to, the movies with you alone. And I'm just like, whoa, like this is not what I've heard your prior interactions to be with other
Huh.
guys.
Uh-huh.
Like if you're gonna do the switch up, like do that on the next guy.
I'm
Do that
trying to get what's was on the advertisement. You
the
changed it to the dude. Yeah.
that is not on the when I'm pulling up the report. That's not what you were known for.
Interesting.
Is commitment, relationship, fidelity, all of that stuff. No, you were known for I'm trying to get the experience up. I'm trying to get my EXP up.
Jeez. So what interesting. So with that being said, let me ask you this, because it sounds like a real experience. So I don't want to, harp on it too much. But when you said the rap sheet, her report, is this a confirmed report or was it still hearsay?
No, it was hearsay at first, but like you can't come out and ask a girl like, "Hey, are you a known, pass around?" Because that's not going to go too well. But like you just start sussing out, like, "Oh yeah, like I'm basically, I'm like, okay, so why is it that you're still single?" And then she starts talking about like, guys only wanted her for one thing, and that's like, I got you.
Did they
And I'm
get
like,
that one thing? That's the
it,
thing,
and so you gotta be empathetic, and it's like, oh, man, that sucks. Like, man, there's guys out there that was just doing that.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
Can I?
yeah.
Can
I'm like,
we?
wait. There's guys that only just wanted that. Like, oh man, dang, I can't believe that. I can't
Yeah.
believe that. And it's like, okay, am I good for it though?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. What
and
about
so,
over this way?
so like once you got the answer, and it's like, okay, well, No, I'm not interested. This is a bad deal. This is
Wait,
a bad buy.
so was she actually interested in a relation, like pursuing a relationship with you? If y'all continued, she was wanting to go down that route.
No, what I think it was is I realized I was not the rule breaking guy.
Ooh,
Yep.
ooh, damn. So
Yep.
you're saying you weren't that guy? You just
No,
weren't that guy?
I wasn't that guy. I was she
Oh,
created all of these rules and requirements, and I wasn't that guy. And she was going to uphold all of her rules, all of her boundaries, all of her walls, barriers that I'd have to climb over, break through, unbuild, tear apart. Whereas, like, as I'm doing all of this work over here, there's a door over there that other guys would just be like knocking on the door and just get ushered into.
dang.
Yeah.
Son.
Yeah.
You know, that's where reality hits, where it's like you realize that you're not that guy, and you know, you can't really, you can't put a weave on it, you can't wear contacts, you can't hide it. You know, it's like it's just there, it's just right there in front of you, and you have to live with it and work with, you have to work with what you got, you know, and move forward. You know, it's a hard truth, man. It's a hard truth.
Yeah, and I'm thankful that I will say I did well in learning where I stacked up. So
Yeah.
I knew where I ranked. I knew where I stacked up amongst my peers. And I learned quickly, albeit a little painfully at first. I learned quickly, like, uh human nature and women's nature. And I started to like see that. And then I'm like, oh,
See.
she's talking nonsense right now.
Okay. See.
Or I would recognize things about myself, and I would say I could take advantage of this situation, but I'm choosing not to be a good person.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, that's I don't really have anything to say to that. You know, it just kind of goes back to what I was saying yesterday. Again, I keep harping on it because I don't feel like it's talked about enough. And that for men, I don't know how. Maybe for some men it's inherent, and they just pick up on it quickly. Some men they're taught by the old head or a friend, or they just learn the hard way through experiences like how you're learning, right? How you learned. Men just have to hit that reality, in that you can't babysit it. You have to move forward with what you got and realize that you're not the guy. Sometimes you're not that guy.
Yeah.
The guys who are that guy get it. It's like somebody being born rich or something. And sure, they can learn the lessons, but it's learning it from the other side. You know, you're learning the lessons with all the resources already in hand, not learning the lessons that you don't have a chance unless you up your game. Unless you dress a little different, you talk a little different, hang around different crowds, you got a little money in your pocket. And then it doesn't matter how you look, or whatever the case may be, then you become that guy. But until then, you're not. And I feel like we deal with that. We hit that reality in a lot of ways. It's funny. I would love to see numbers. I would love to see numbers and statistics in how many guys can get a casual encounter versus a woman getting a casual encounter, and how difficult. I would love to see parameters around. I might have to look that up. I never looked it up before. I might have to look into it because it's always been understood. What's understood doesn't have to be explained, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those things where I need to I need to look it up, and I would love to do a litmus test on how many women actually think about this stuff, because I find I don't have a lot of experience. I don't have a lot of people that I've talked to that I can talk to, but it seems like women don't think about these kind of things as much. And that's why I always said. That's why I said the last stream too that maybe for them is less of a rejection and more of a rejecting. They have more experience rejecting, and we have more experience getting rejected. You know, that's my theory right now, but I haven't really played it out just yet. But anyways, that's a whole nother rabbit hole. I just wonder. I wonder how many women think about it. So
I don't think they have to think about it necessarily. And the only reason I say I don't think they have to think about it is because for women, they conflate attention with desire.
Oh yeah, that is a good thing too. That's a good point. Yeah.
So there's always going to be attention for them, and especially now that we have the advent of social media.
Yeah.
And so I mean, she could be in a full-on Snuggie blanket with just her face showing and just post up with a little smile and little peace sign fingers.
Yeah.
And there's gonna be a guy trying to shoot a shot. Like, oh, I wish I was in that Snuggie with you. And like, you can't even see her body. Like,
yeah.
wow.
Yeah. Very interesting. Okay.
And so there's a lot of guys that I've some of our cousins. That's funny. I've seen some pictures that are clearly thirst traps, and it's just like, you got to be an idiot as a guy to comment in this. And lo and behold, there's some guy in there, heart emojis, fire, flame, flame, flame,
Fire.
ooh, baby, cutie, and it's like, just scroll up, my guy. There's 15 other men that have said the same thing. That means nothing to her. You just a drop in the bucket. Your compliment meant nothing. All you did was just fed this monster. You fed the ego monster.
Yeah.
And that's it. They see that and they're like, okay, all these guys, all of these men are showing that I am desirable. Why is my real life not coming up with a result? And it's because, you got a whole lot of like thirsty men that will willingly accept anything from a sex standpoint, but you're wanting a relationship, and relationship-minded men don't even see you.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Like I see them, I see the pictures, and I'm like, oh no, that's a no. Instantly, it's a no. Like there's hairstyles, there's nail styles, there's hair colors that are immediately no for me. Like if I see the hairstyle like down the street, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a no.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. I know what you're talking about too, because I think certain styles are attributed to certain mindsets and behaviors, and reality, and they're also attributed to certain cultures, certain things that come with it. Not only just behaviors, but a lifestyle, just in general. And it's not always fair, but that's how you present yourself. Perceptions versus realities. That's something to fight against. And then you touched on it a little bit: attention versus desirability. It's also a common misconception that just because somebody wants to have sex with you doesn't mean that they want to be in a relationship with you. I've known plenty of women that I would be like, oh hell yeah, she could get hell yeah. But then it's like, I would never date her though. I don't want to. Please don't talk. Don't say a word. Just take off your shirt. That's I know
Yeah.
that sounds
No,
horrible,
that is
but that
true.
is how men on the rawest level
Our
think.
lower nature.
The lower nature.
And
What do you want?
if you appeal and you're selling yourself to my lower nature,
Hmm.
then that's all I'm going to want to engage in you with. You haven't activated anything else.
Yep. Yeah. That's so that's why I always wondered, because women do say that, oh, I don't know. I need a woman's perspective, but it's like having a connection is the better way. That's how they love someone, based on the connection, and the sex is better with a connection, knowing them and all this kind of stuff. So how are one night stands a thing, and meeting a stranger, somebody you barely know, I don't understand how instant encounters happen without knowing them a little bit more, without being a friend at the. You think the people in the friend zone will be the main ones getting all the sex,
You would
not
think.
the guys who you barely know from your. It's a dream. You look at them, they're dreamy. It's like, oh, I would love to be with a man like that. He comes up to him and would you want to have sex? It's like, yeah. Maybe it's a dream of it being more in your mind, thinking that it's this connection that it really isn't, until you learn that they're an asshole, and it's like, oh, he doesn't turn me on at all. It's like, well, why did you have sex with him? Well, I don't know. That's what it kind of. But you would think the best friend dude that's sitting right here, you have the best connection with and everything, but you won't have sex with them
I didn't
because.
want to change it. It'll be
Oh, I hate that. Oh, we have such a good relationship. I don't want to mess it up.
Mess it up.
Oh,
Mess it up.
But
I'm
I'm
trying
like,
to mess something up. Yeah.
but see, I feel like I challenged somebody before. They were like, "Oh, they were just a friend," and I'm like, "Isn't the friend the one that you would want to maybe start a relationship with? And if it's a real friendship, then it will be fine
Yep.
without, afterwards. Because if that's your friend, you have the relationship that you want."
Yep.
And then you can get the sex there, you can learn each other over time, and then boom, you got a full-fledged relationship. Am I missing something?
That's how I thought it should happen. That's exactly how I thought it should happen.
Interesting.
And then when I started recognizing and started seeing, oh wait, they don't require a friendship. Wait, they don't require a relationship. Wait, hold on. They're not even requiring that they know your last name or who your parents are. Nothing. Well, now I gotta change up. I gotta change.
Yep.
I'm doing all the wrong things.
You're doing it wrong, bro. Interesting. Man, I would love to have a woman on, talk some junk to us, man. I would love for her to come straighten it out.
Yeah.
But he's not your type, so you just his friend. Okay. Friendship level for sure.
Yeah.
He's a cool person.
I would agree with that for sure.
Oh,
All right, cool. I don't think any of us are his type, but I don't know. Personally, that's just my idea.
She talked too much.
Opinion.
God, yo, did he just say the same thing I just said?
Yep.
All right. Well, that is all the balloons popped, unfortunately, but we do thank you for coming on. Let's go ahead and get.
Appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. Smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't done so already, to your notification line.
So that was the video. We went about 3.5 hours, which is good. We finished it off. We got some really good topics in there. The next stream, actually, let me go ahead and pull them up.
Hey, what's going on? I went back to the video. My bad.
Oh, so this is episode 20. We just watched 21.
Okay.
He just did a review on 22. So there's already plenty of videos. I thought I was already subscribed to this. Oh,
I'm in another account.
Yeah. It's funny because I'm on Rough Reviews account right here. Which is the account that I should be on doing this on.
Okay.
Let me see.
Wait, hold on. Oh, no. Okay, yeah. I see what you're saying. You got one account up for your reviews, that you've been watching your video on, but you're actually streaming to your other one.
Yeah, that's funny. But it's cool. It's cool. I'll go ahead and where's your video? Your video, bro. Oh, it's probably not even. It's not this account. I'll find it and bring it up on the next one. Yeah, I'll bring it up on the next one when we get there. I just got to switch accounts and stuff. But yeah, man, another good video. I think we'll cover some really cool topics. I want to talk about some anime and some manga, but we can say that for the next for tomorrow.
Okay.
If you're up for it.
Now, was that all of the full sentiment of your feedback that you received?
It was really talking about the intent, because just how perspectives case, the way we were raised, because we're very similar folks, and we came up from the same backgrounds. Of course, it would be that straight and narrow. It was multiple people talking about this, so it wasn't just me and then one other person or anything.
Oh, okay.
Just considering that sometimes a casual encounter is just that. That's it. Sometimes it can just be sex, and that is the intent. Not necessarily that I'm looking for a relationship or I'm looking for marriage. Some people don't look for marriages. Some people just want to have sex. And with that being said, I will even go as far as to say, and I think it's few and far between, but even in the 30s and 40s, like some of these single folks don't want relationships. They don't want anything serious other than just sex.
That's cool. Yeah. That's cool.
But I think if you ask me though, that is a common mindset in, I say, in your 20s and in your teens. But when this is what's supposed to happen, and we know this is the way it's supposed to happen. I'll explain why. What's supposed to happen is it's supposed to be two parents and a two-parent household raising their kids, taking them to church and all this kind of stuff, teaching them about love and the birds and the bees. And the kid goes out, he finds a girl, they get married, and they have kids, and they have sex together for the first time, virgins up until marriage. They have kids, and this cycle keeps continuing like that. We know that's the case for different reasons, because we have laws in place, we have different schools and different things, age limits, and all these different kinds of things in place that keeps you from. You can't have multiple wives and husbands. You can't have multiple spouses.
Yep.
You can't have sex with somebody below a certain age. I'm talking about like 17. I'm not talking about pedophile stuff. You have child support things. You have laws that has it if you have extramarital sex, spouses, you can alimony, child support, you can lose cases, you can lose jobs. There's all these kinds of things that steer you along the path of monogamy and religious guidance based on all that kind of stuff. And it's just the way society has set it up. This is not something that I think we're trying to, and even biologically is set up in a lot of ways like that too, that a woman can only have one child at a time, and a man can have many children and multiple partners, all that kind of stuff. And I think it's okay, because we are literally also biologically driven to want to have sex and want to have kids. When those hormones and puberty starts kicking in, it's like rabbits. You know what I'm saying? I get it. It makes sense. But
that's how the human species has continued.
Exactly. But it is more the exception to not look for companionship on a prolonged basis, because to go from partner to partner is exhausting. If for companionship, for sex, it's probably easy, but even that gets old. It gets old. Trying to look for a compatible relationship is exhausting. And quite
Yeah,
frankly,
to
when you
that point, not to
yeah,
cut you off,
hmm
but I'm gonna end up losing this point.
hmm
It does get tiring, and you can hear it in the people that are still in the dating market. You
yeah,
can hear it in their voice. You can see it on their face. N- You don't see people that haven't found their mate saying, "Oh, I enjoy going on, 61st dates every year and having to ask the same questions
oof,
over and over and over. What's your favorite color? What's your favorite hobbies?"
excuse me,
I've asked, "What's your favorite hobby?" 70 times. And I've
ew,
been asked, "What are your ambitions?" 50 times. It's like, yeah, that's good. There's a reason for that. It's because you're not
yeah,
meant to be doing that. Yeah, that's why it's tiring. You're tired of movie and dinner dates. Cool. That's because you shouldn't be doing movie and dinner dates 70 times with,
right, right. Yeah, I think it also goes to say that when you do get that right thing, when you get that right person that not only has the physical, but hits all the points, or at least 80% of it in the relationship aspect, you it kind of melts away everything else, I think. And the other things become inconsequential. It becomes less important to stay single, I think. It becomes more important to stay with that person who hits all those buttons. Um, Now, I will say when it comes to the sex part, that's where I have a little bit trouble saying monogamy is always the right choice for everybody. Because I think that's a whole different conversation. But I don't think everybody has the self control to be able to handle it. And I would even go back to our ancestors and stuff, because people always reference, oh, you go back to your grandmama and granddaddy. You talk about their relationships were always good and they stuck together for hundreds of years. Well, they had second families and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, dang, even grandma and granddaddy still, they had a little piece on the side. So I can see that. I can see where there's a case to be made for non-monogamy, but that's still the exception, though.
yep,
That's still the exception. And
yep.
yeah, and so that drives people. That's why I think people hide the body count. I think that's why people don't talk about all. Most people don't talk about all their business with everybody. They don't put it out there because they still don't want to be judged and prosecuted for their alternative ways of living versus the normal.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
If
yeah,
if if it wasn't something that you would be ashamed of coming to the light of day, then there would be no need to obscure the numbers or to hide it or to do something in the dark. The reason why we do things in the dark and the reason why we uh, are shameful or don't want something to come to the light is because we know that in some sense it is wrong. So
yeah,
I don't want you to see me taking this bike from off a porch. So I'm gonna go and do it at night, at dark, in the darkness, because I know stealing is wrong. So I'm doing it under the cover of darkness so that I'm not seen stealing. Likewise, women will say I've been with four guys and they've been with 20 because they know that giving themselves to 20 guys and then telling that to another guy would elicit um more than likely a bad response from
mm,
that guy, so they know it's wrong. Because, like, let's say I cook my food. i don't
mm-hmm,
i don't go out and eat fast food.
mm-hmm,
I don't think that cooking my food is a wrong thing to do. So if someone says, "Hey, what did you eat yesterday?" I'm gonna say, "Oh, I cooked lunch." I wouldn't say, "Oh, I went and got McDonald's yesterday." That's a crazy thing to hide from people, right? Like that you cook
Yeah.
your food. So why would I lie to say that, "Oh, I cook all my food. I don't eat fast food." No, I'm not going to obscure that fact. I'm not going to hide that fact. I'm not going to lie about cooking my own food, but I will lie that I eat takeout all the time, every
Yeah.
day.
Yeah. That's a ooh, that's a very interesting social like mind habit that I think we all do. And here's another one. I'm gonna throw you a curveball. Um, I think there is a on the opposite end of that where women probably wouldn't tell women with high body counts won't tell that to a lot of people. I think men with low body counts won't tell that to a lot of people either.
Oh, I definitely inflated my numbers.
Oh,
Yep,
I,
yep. I
okay.
inflated my numbers.
You've
Yeah,
done that before.
I've done that before. Yeah,
Yeah.
I boosted my number. One, I used to lie that I was not a virgin in high school. Uh,
Oh, you've lied about not being a virgin?
mm-hmm,
That's
mm-hmm.
crazy.
Yeah, because
Oh,
all the
not
guys
you.
had stories, and like they
Yeah.
would they look because I'm the quiet one. I'm not. I don't have any input,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh, yeah, yeah, me too. I'm
That's
tearing the
crazy.
things up. Me too. And they're like, really? Who?
See?
And I'm like, she don't go to the school. She go to the other school. You don't know her.
Dang, you had to hide her at the other school. Yeah, she got. You don't know. You ain't
You
seen her
don't know
around.
her.
You know. Yeah, you ain't seen her.
Yeah.
It's it's
She's a bad one though. She's a bad one.
yeah. She's
She
a
goes to
bad
the other
one.
school.
See, it's a and I don't think I would love to hear a woman's point of view on that. I don't think they know that. I would bet money that they don't, for one, know that in a vast majority, and two, probably don't understand it as well as how you and I are saying it. I'm putting that's I know I'm ballsy. I know whoever's watching this, whatever y'all watching, I'm saying this with definitiveness. I don't think y'all probably would understand it as harshly as that's what I'm saying. That's what I've been trying to say. I'm not saying this is me trying to be cool on this YouTube and trying to say really cool things, sound smart or something like that. This is life experience. I'm telling you, not having a high body count, not saying that I smashed this girl over here, I smashed that girl, not saying all this kind of stuff. But then my homeboy is over here smashing all these girls, and he is that guy, and I'm not that guy, and I don't have some numbers and some stories to throw up in there. Makes you look weak. You look like the runt. You look like dang. You can't get no witches, man. You can't get witches.
You get
It's like
no play. That means you're not being picked. You
you're
did
not being
you
picked.
you're not being picked, and that means you're not him. You're not
It's
you're
it's
not that guy.
easy for women to get picked, and this is all sex. Now I ain't talking about
Yeah.
relationships. It's easy for women to get picked. It's hard for men to get picked, and you know, or I don't say harder. Yes, you can go out and be like, hey, do you want to have sex? Yeah, sure. Yes, that's out there, but I might have to probably go through a couple of. Ooh. Here's another curveball for you.
Okay. All right. I like these curveballs. Let's see what you got.
Let's say I did. I'm gonna say me. I'm gonna say me. Let's say I did go outside and say, "Hey, I want to just do it. I don't want nothing else. Let's just do it." And she also wants to do it. Do you think she's gonna say yes, or do you think she's gonna play hardball and be like, "No," even though she probably wants to, but she won't do it, will she? For
Uh,
how
yeah,
many
I think the
reasons?
probability. I think the probability. I
Ooh.
hear this. I hear that excuse a lot of times too. Um, on a lot of those dating podcasts and talk shows, they'll say, well, if he was up front, if guys were more straightforward,
No,
y-
you
no,
can't do that.
you
Because then
can't
you
do
be a
that.
creep or you be a perverted or something like that.
And they know it. I think the analogy that was always used that's true is never go to a fish to ask a fish how to catch a fish. Go to a fisherman.
Mm,
And,
mm,
and
that's
it
a
works
good
the
one.
same
That's a
way.
good
It
one.
works the same way.
Yeah.
If you're trying to attract and appeal and capture women, you don't go to women to ask them what it is that they want, like, and desire. You know who you
Mm.
go to? You go to the guys that get and catch women.
Ooh.
Those are the men that know exactly what to do, what to say, what to wear, how to move. Because if you go to women, they're gonna tell you crazy stuff that you can't use in the real world experience. They're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, just be yourself, be nice and be a gentleman, be a sweetheart, bring flowers to the date." Oh, yeah, you're gonna get
Be
ate
yourself
up.
if you're that guy.
Yeah,
Only if
yeah,
you're that guy.
you'll get ate up. You'll get ate up because they're
Yeah.
gonna be like, "Oh, why this weirdo brought me flowers?" Oh, because you weren't that guy. Yeah,
Oof.
just learn to recognize when she desires you. Then you can move forward with a few of the things that women say. Because if she really likes you, all the things that she's saying, those will work. But if she doesn't desire you, yeah,
Yeah.
you can give her a phone call and say, "Hey, did you make it in? Or how was your day at work?" She doesn't like you. So she's going to give you these one word answers. And you're
Ooh.
like, "Well, what's wrong? She told me that she likes guys that ask about her day, and I'm asking about her day, and she ain't showing attention."
Ooh.
Yeah, that's because you're not him.
You're not him, bro. You're not that guy. I love that. I love that saying. Um, but yeah, it's just, is it that easy? Can you just go out let's say a single man, because I think that's a more appropriate for what we're talking. Two single people, if a single guy and a single girl, and let's go. I don't even know what age group we even use for this. I feel like there's different mindsets for different age groups, right? But if they
Mhm.
just wanted, if a guy went up to a woman and he just wanted casual sex, I guess he would have to know her, right?
Yeah.
I guess you would have to look at how much rapport they have too. Maybe they know each other. She kind of likes him or something. I say like maybe they have they talk, passing by, maybe acquaintances or something like that. And obviously he thinks she's fine as hell, but she doesn't really give him any kind of extra other than, hey, how you doing? And stuff like that, walking by. Um, do you think she would, if he approached her and say, hey, how do you even approach that?
You
Hey,
gotta have game. You
I
gotta.
just wanna have sex with you. Is that all right? You
Yeah.
can't
No,
say
no, no.
that.
The
Can you
ones
say?
that I feel like the ones that would work with are the community bikes. The
Ooh.
community bicycles that would work with. The
Golly.
community bicycles you can come up to. I had I so this I can't verify for certain.
Okay.
But I had a coworker tell me that there was a girl that he knew from his school, and she was basically just known as the V card taker.
Ooh.
She liked guys who were virgins, and she was just known for always like as soon as she found out that a guy was a virgin, she would have sex with him like wherever he could make the time
Dang.
and freedom to knock it out. She wanted to be his first, and she just basically collected guys' virginity. Uh,
That's crazy.
I thought that was crazy too, because I was thinking like, where was she at when I was?
Where was she at? Am I gonna be on her roster? Jeez.
But no, so I can't verify that, so I don't know for
Yeah.
certain. But I'm just like, yeah, they she exists out there, but the probabilities of that would be extremely low. You have to talk. You have to have some amount of game. You know, yes. Did she know that coming over to your house at 1 a.m. meant that there weren't going to be no deep philosophical conversations. Okay, yeah, sure, she did. Like, but you're not going to say, hey, show up at 1 a.m. I'm trying to, knock something down. No, it's like, hey, you want to chill and hang out? And it's like, yo, it's 1 o'clock. What are you leaving like the open ended, like
Yeah.
what's left
Yeah.
unsaid is implied.
Right.
And yeah, it's all about uh implying certain things, innuendos, like, oh, I'm tired. Oh, well, you won't be tired if you come over tonight.
Hey.
Eh,
Yeah.
oh, okay, well, I guess I'll come over. Oh, I'm sleepy. Well, I can help you sleep tonight. Eh,
Right.
yeah. Oh, how you gonna do that? Well, I mean, I got a couple of movies. I got some food that I, cooked earlier, or I can cook you something. It's the game, it's the dance, man.
It's the
Unfortunately,
dance.
and they facilitate the need for the men to have to dance.
Interesting.
If what they were saying was true, guys would be more open to telling the truth. But it's
Hmm.
not. So guys don't.
Hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So it's definitely perspective. Definitely intent. Um,
Because here's the thing. Even the women that ask that question, like, why do guys always lie? Why do they not say what their intentions are from the beginning? And then when you flip it back on them and you say, okay, well, if a nice looking, handsome guy approached you on the street and said, hey, ma'am, I found you very attractive. You are very put together. You are everything that I would like in a that I desire in a sexual partner. Would you mind, coming back to my place, or do you want me to, rent a place, a hotel across the street, and we can just, go and knock this thing out, and then,
knock this thing out.
exchange numbers and see if we can kind of continuously do this on a regular basis. If you enjoyed your time, would you be receptive to that encounter? I it'd probably be a resounding no. Most of them will say no. But you
Interesting.
just said you will be more interested in men being more truthful to you. But yet, in those situations, you would always turn them down
Why?
because they want the dance.
They want the dance? Why do they want the dance?
Because I guess the symbolic nature of it. It's like you are demonstrating and performing for me. I'm worth the performance.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Let me.
because if that was the case, that's what men would do. Men
All right.
react um to what the women are accepting.
Huh. Interesting. I was gonna say. I think there's a level of. Yeah. There's definitely a level of self worth in that, and like I'm worth more than just a piece of tail for a moment, So I don't unless that's what unless they're the bicycle, unless they're the community bicycle,
Yep.
right? Community
Yep.
bicycles don't care about nothing. They just
Don't
take
care.
whatever they can get. Yeah.
Yep.
But it can get to a point where it's like, hey, I'm definitely gonna break my rules for you and you and you. But then when everybody else hears about it, ooh, and that's another thing. Ooh, that's another thing to bring up. That's another topic we talked about. If I break my rules for these guys and then other guys find out about it, now you're becoming that community bicycle, but you try like, hey, I'm worth more than that. You don't get to just come up and ask me to just bust it open. You have to play the game. Now
Yep.
you gotta, so when I'm thinking about the scenario, I think about more than just black women. I'm thinking about white women, mature, young. I'm thinking about the whole spectrum, right? And what does that look like? Because the cultures are different, the way the upbringings are different, the how it goes about is different for everybody. And I'm like, would it be easy? Depending on the race or culture or whatever, easier or harder? Or is it pretty much the same baseline in that there's urges at a certain point? It's easier to just get it for free. But then as things go along, no matter what your race is, it becomes a little bit more pricey and you don't get it for free anymore. And you gotta do the dance a little bit more.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I think at as a baseline, men are men, women are women.
Yeah.
And now culture's going to just sculpt and kind of control for different variables after that point. But I think, at our basic level, we're kind of in general the same across the board, especially when it comes to things like hypergamy. In general, I think you could you could probably take a woman from Asia, you could probably take a woman from the US, one from the UK, one from the Australia, one from the South Americas, and say, hey, do you prefer your man to be taller or are you okay with a shorter man? Well, if I have a preference, I'd prefer him to be taller. So that's across the board, women across the board. As well, you could pluck men from all over the world and ask if you had a choice between a wife, two identical twins, same everything, same personalities. The other, not even identical twins, clone. I just cloned a woman. One has 10 guys that she's been previously involved with, and one's a virgin. Which one will you take as your wife? They're all gonna resounding. Well, yeah, I'll take the virgin wife. Please give me that one. They're exactly the same personality, everything down to a core. That's the one. Or do you want the one with the child or the one without the child? Resound. So I think as a baseline, we are somewhat all just going to be like operate at lower levels the same. Um, men across the world, women across the world, but our cultures sculpt and dictate other things. How well we're choosing mates. Some cultures, you know, the entire family has to vet and pick this guy.
Yeah.
In some cultures, you got to pay dowries. That shows how serious you are as a man to pursue this woman. I'm willing to put up, 10 cows in this plot of land for a woman. Like, yo, you were willing to like come out of pocket for her.
Yeah.
Um, and so there's just differences at that point. But would you like, he's not going to come out of pocket for the town bicycle.
Oof. Unless it's
And
guy C, with friend C that we were talking about earlier.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of things we are similar in and then when you start getting into like the weeds and then different nuances, like dressing, like okay, yeah, me and you, we're perfectly fine with our wives wearing shorts, but in other cultures, you better you better have a dress on. Forget pants. You ain't wearing pants. You dress, socks, closed toe shoes. Nobody better even see your toes. So I think like at that point, you could probably see differences in cultures. But on a basic level, I think we're a lot more alike than we are different.
Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I can't wait to hear the comments after this stream. And the next one too, because like I said, I haven't watched Tpindell's Let me see. Let me see if he has it listed somewhere up here. There it is. Nope. That's his episode 5 playlist. Yeah, I'm just gonna click into it. Yeah, Tpindell.
All contestants are here for a genuine connection, and there are
Yep, this is it. Pop the Balloon 6.
no paid act.
But
All contestants are here
yeah,
for.
I have this set up for tomorrow. Yeah, it looks good already. But all right. Well, are you good?
Yeah, I hope I answered that question. Yeah, because it was
Yeah.
like, I've had that question before. When I was talking to my wife again, and it just comes down to, as a guy, like, is that a deal worth taking? It is it a deal worth approaching a man and saying, before, when I was young, so in my prime, I decided all of my past interactions, I was not pursuing relationships or anything meaningful. Those were all, I only engaged in meaningless sex. And now that I am older, with uh more experiences, um I want you. You look like the guy that is meaningful. You see how
That
that
sounds so
sounds?
bad. That
Exactly.
sounds, you didn't even finish saying it.
That's that
But you said you
you
look
started
like the guy. Sound like you were saying you look like the simp. You look
you
like
look
the
like the sucker,
you look like
and
the sucker. That's good. That's good.
that's it. That's exactly it.
Ooh.
That's the feeling that, as a guy, that's what I feel. That's what I hear when someone is now coming to me with 10 plus bodies, two plus kids, and it's like, oh, I look like a trick. I look like a mark. I look
You
like
look
a
like a
sucker.
Mark trick Mark.
Yep. Yep. That's exactly it. And it's like, oh, I look like the sucker. That's
Yeah.
that's that's what you're telling me. So that's exactly it. That's how I would receive it. Because uh yeah,
Do you
that's just a rough deal. That's a
do?
rough deal.
Let me ask you this then. Do you think, going back to the body count thing, do you think most people care about the body count? People.
People, so when you're saying people, men and women, or what?
Yeah.
I think men care more,
You did
women
say
care
that before.
less. Yeah. Women care less, men care more. I think the society is now trying to change the stigma around it.
Yeah.
Uh, they're wanting it to be more. It shouldn't matter. Um,
Right.
even even the sciences show that it does matter. That's why it's wild that we're trying to move against nature. The sciences show that uh, as women are more and more promiscuous, they choose to pair bonding gets less and less easier for them.
Oh,
And
okay.
that's very important, because if you're trying to bond with your mate, he could be checking on. How many times do we hear, like, all of the Kendra G ladies talking about, and he got to have that thing? You will throw away a guy that met all of your requirements, but because DeMarcus beat the brakes off of you,
Marcus again.
DeMarcus again, man. You know, what if Jake from State Farm was okay lover, but you want that crazy, like off the walls. He jumping, he giving you the people's elbow up in there, like he turning out all the tricks. That's because you experienced that. You've had that experience, and now you're moving from relationship to relationship, comparing, and you're seeking this thing that tickled your fancy, but you can't quite make all the other things fit in that great sexual experience. You could have the perfect guy in front of you, but he that one thing, they will crash it all. They will torch it all.
Hmm.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, you have all the experiences you want, but I think it works more in a man's favor to be more promiscuous than it works in a woman's favor.
Yeah. Mm. Mm.
Again, the double standards, and then that's just the double standard of uh life. You know,
Yeah.
uh, if here's another weird double standard. If a man found out mostly like, hey, if a woman was like, I used to have a girlfriend, um, but or she said she was bi, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think more men would be willing to accept her. Not all, again, not
Yeah.
all, uh, because it's more acceptable.
Because there's no competition. There's no sexual competitive element in that other than the relationship. Because I guess most men wouldn't feel threatened by the relationship portion.
Yeah,
Because I think that's why men don't want their woman to be with other men, because there's a sexual dominance that comes with it, and it's like, oh, you allowed yourself to be dominated by this man,
dominated. Yeah, it is a
and
dominating act. Yeah,
he you and it's an acceptance of that dominance. You accepted him inside of you, and you do these things or whatever. And I so what goes through my mind, the way I look at it too, is like, I know all the things I do with you. I know all the things
yeah.
that we do. I know
Ooh,
all the things that you've said and you do with me.
ooh,
So you said you were with this guy for how long without a relationship? Doing
yep,
what?
yeah.
What were you doing? What did you say with him? Because you were with him first. So I'm sure these were new things, whatever, all this kind of stuff. So now that I'm here, it's like, well, what did I'm doing? You doing these things with me? So what did you do with him? Because you know, are you doing the same things? Because if you're not doing the same things, then that's why not? Because I deserve all those things too. And then second, don't do those things with him that you were doing with me. I want
Yeah,
to be Men want to be exclusive, and
yeah.
they want to be the
The
first or the
newness,
best
the
or the
newness, the best. Yep, yep.
yeah. They want to. Oh, she's done it with me. She ain't ever did that with you. They want to have that top. I want to top that other guy.
Yeah.
It's funny because as you keep dissecting this more, it's almost like you're defeating another man through the woman.
Like,
She's a conduit of your triumph.
ooh, s- that is perfect. That is perfect because
Yeah.
you were in a 2-year friendship with him, and then you got into a relationship with him, and then that's when y'all started messing around. Oh man, like, I like you a lot, and we've been cool and everything, but I remember I got you like that, first week. So
Press
it's
like
like,
press. You know what I'm
yeah, I had you
saying?
folded up like a pretzel. It's
Yeah.
like, so I was that guy, and it's like, yeah, okay, all
I
right,
was that guy.
yeah,
I was
I
that
was
guy.
that
Yeah,
guy, yeah.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I remember when we were on the phone talking, and you were like, okay, now if I come over, I don't want to do anything. And then it's like,
You
okay,
got
cool.
it. Yeah.
I was that guy.
I
Yeah,
was that
yeah.
guy.
that's yes, that was a great example. That was a great example because you
But
don't want to be the opposite.
I was
You
about to
don't.
say, I was literally about to say, now if you do these things with her and it's all good, and then that guy comes over and it's like, you know, I had it folded like a pretzel, right? Then you're gonna be like, oh Lord, everything's good. You know, she did these things with me, but she
Yeah,
don't
I
do that
got a
with
matter
you.
of fact. What day did y'all break up? Oh, y'all broke up last week on was it Tuesday or Wednesday? It's like
Oh.
yes. It's like
And see, I don't think, and see, now I will say this also definitively. I'm gonna put this down. I'm gonna nail this down too. I don't know that women see it that way. They'd be like, "Oh, but why would he do that?" Or he won't do that, or they don't do that. It's like, yo, you don't understand how
mhm.
men work. You think they just want to hit it and quit it and all kind of stuff. It's not about you, darling. It's not about you. It's me and him right now. It's me and him. You're in the middle of this, but me and him are competing right now.
It
Me and
is
him are competing through
yo,
you.
because you know how much of a disrespect it has to be to mess with another man's wife because he is essentially paying the bills. He's essentially protecting for this woman. He's essentially being there for the good and the bad when she's PMSing, when she's not feeling good, when she's sick, when she's, hungry and wants you to go to a specific place to go and eat. When this man is in it, but this man from work, the work husband, the guy that ain't got to put up with none of that stuff, he is just tearing her up whenever you're not around. Yo, that is epic.
That's that. I think they call it
That is
diabolical now.
diabolical. That is
That's what. That's the new hot
diabolical.
word. Is
That,
diabolical,
that
sir.
is that is. They don't know how. Like, oh man, just thinking about that right now, I'm actually getting a little upset. I,
Goodness,
yeah, I get a
it
little
hits
upset.
home. It hits
I get a
home
little upset.
because that's the risk factor that you put yourself in by getting married. Um, I mean, in a relationship in general, but I think married is worse because, of course, you're locked in legally and spiritually and all that kind of stuff.
And it's
But
like
yeah,
you got all of this in. Like you are. I know what your fart smell like. This
ooh,
guy just getting the best of you for
ooh,
nothing. For nothing.
because he's that guy. All because he's that guy. That's the reason.
Oh boy, if you want someone to crash out, that's it.
Yeah, all because he's that guy, man. And I forget the exact train of thought I was on with it, but yeah, it's always, what did you do with him? Are you doing it with me? I know what I do with you. So um if he got that, or if he got better, or
Yep.
if he got it for free,
Got it for free.
um
Yep.
and then I think one aspect will be, it's not your business. It's not your business to know what happened between me and him is between me and him, was between you and I, is between you and I. So, you know, what are your thoughts on that? What's your,
I believe that
because it's
to
before you.
yes, I believe it to a degree. I wouldn't say you should start drilling down the nitty gritties because as a guy, I think as a guy, we are prone to want to know like how we again it's the competitive nature. I want to know that I'm better. I want to know that I'm the best. Unfortunately, now you're starting to ask a lot of questions like was I the biggest? Was I the longest? Do you want to know the answer? Because if the answer is no, will you be okay with that answer? Uh,
But how is that different? Sorry to cut you off, but how is that different from earlier, how we were saying the bro code, where it's like, oh, he needs to know so he can make that choice for himself. How is
yeah,
that different from this one?
I think that's somewhat different because just knowing weird stuff like the previous guy's size isn't going to help you any at all. It's not going to
Unless you know
help you
you're
make any.
worse. Or not worse, worse in size wise, smaller, let you know you were smaller. So therefore you lost.
Well.
In the competitive in
In a competitive sense,
in the
yeah.
competitive
In a competitive
sense.
sense.
In the competitive sense.
But I think if you are getting the indicators that you're doing well in that department, then that
Yeah.
yeah, you shouldn't
Okay.
pry into that because you might not, especially if she's had a lot of partners, right? The more partners she has, the more probability that she's come across, the foot long
Mandingo.
subway.
But then
Uh,
why? So okay, we're on the subject.
there you go. And
Here's a
that's
man's point
why
of view.
running through them, it works. It does not work in a woman's favor because now I know you've put up 20 on the shot clock. You've come across a foot long.
A foot long.
I don't measure up. I'm
So
not following that up.
so we're on the subject. Why do guys? If what you said is a thing, you're saying don't. Then why do guys harp on that so much? Why is that a thing? Why is that even a factor? That is a factor. Why is it even a factor then?
From a value standpoint, it's a thing because you're wanting to know you're not paying more for an item that other people didn't value. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, from the competitive nature, I think there's some things you probably shouldn't ask about, especially if you know she's got more than like, you know, three or four partners. Once you start getting like 10, 20s, you know she's gotten she's
she's
experienced it.
probably more than one at a time at that
Yeah.
point as well. If it's
Yeah.
getting to the teens, either
And she's experienced guys that had like crazy stamina. She's experienced the guy that can
not the
go
crazy
3
stamina.
rounds.
Not
Yeah.
3 rounds.
Yeah. And you're like, you know what?
That's horrible. He's a monster. Somebody stop him.
Can we stop? He's on fire.
He's digging her out so much, someone stop him.
Yeah, but that's true. So I think we know these things internally. We're like, there's a guy out there that does that, and there's a good chance the more people she's put up, the more she's come across this. Will she be content with me? That's all it is. You're again, as logical creatures, it's risk assessment. Will she be content with me? Will she be happy with me? Will or will she get the itch? She's experienced it, so she knows it's out there.
Oh.
And because she knows it's out there, she also knows I'm not it.
But you're not it. So why are you there if you're not it?
Placeholder.
You're like blowing my mind right now. Placeholder?
Placeholder.
So are you telling me that wait, is this guy married to her or is this just a relationship? So you're telling me the guy that's married to her is doing all this stuff you said, putting up the farts and all kind of stuff, the PMS and all kind of stuff for years and years, got married, holding it down financially, all that kind of stuff. And he's still being a placeholder for the guy, for the it guy to come in and he's just walking in. Hey buddy, thanks for holding it down for the last 5 years. It's my turn. And and then he heads back out and you go back to holding it down?
Yep.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
How they say it? They say it's not your girl. It's not your girl. It's just your turn.
That's big. That's a big order there.
It is.
It's hefty, man.
I agree with you. It is. It is. But I hope that to women on the outside looking in that would hear that, maybe it makes more sense now. Like they understand, oh, this is why guys care that much about it. Yes, because you you've experienced a lot of things that is going to potentially poison the well of our relationship. It's going to color the way you look at how I'm doing things. Oh, you like being lightly choked. I don't choke the ladies, but you've experienced it. So now you know you like being choked. Are you going to tell me to choke you? And now you telling me to choke you. Where did that come from? Oh, somebody choked you, huh? Mm, mm.
But is that really a competitive thing? Because maybe that's more her preference than it is him
Find that
competing through
preference out
her.
with your mate. If you want to try all the, if you want to try and experience, if you want to test the waters and do all that with whatever kind of lewd and lascivious kind of things you want to try that with your forever partners or the person that you believe is your forever partner.
Okay, here's a loophole in what you just said. Then, um, what if these 4 or 5, let's say 5, I think that's a reasonable number.
Okay.
These 5 guys that she's been with have all been a relationship or a boyfriend, maybe 1 to 2 years apiece. So that I think that's a good spread within 10 years. Um, and you're number 6,
Okay.
and I mean, 1 or 2 years, she's done her things with them. She's learned some stuff. So now I'll say this is about 30 years old now. You've met her 10 years, and she's never had sex outside the relationship, but she's had sex with these guys. And here you are, and she's learned these things through this guy, from this guy. One guy was foot long schlong. This other guy was girthy Gary. This other guy was Freaky Fred. And I don't know. I don't have another name to throw in there. But now here you are. Maybe you've had 1 or 2, but she's kind of wild child. She's doing some things. Are
I think
you to feel some kind of way about that?
so. It changes from guy to guy. I think every guy has their cutoff number. Um, and if they don't, they're probably some kind of sexual deviant. Um, you're talking about like these guys probably in some kind of like industry that they don't care what your number is.
Yeah.
Um, but again, especially marriage-minded men, marriage-minded men have a number in their head where they'll say, that's too much for me. Whatever that number is for that guy varies. So I think women want to know, is there a magic number? No, you could probably tell a guy 5 and he'd be like, okay, cool, because my number's 20. I'm okay with 5 as a woman. That's cool. Or you could say my number's 5 as a girl, and he has 1. He's like, golly, what you was out there doing. So I think that number it changes from man to man. Uh, but let's just say her number isn't a lot for him. I think the man is a lot more. Um, he's okay with whatever you may have learned from previous relationship. Then,
Mm,
but
okay.
because I think to most guys, unfortunately, now in the current dating market, I think most guys have just are okay or have given up on the idea that their wife or that their future mate will be a virgin for certain. Um,
Mm,
so with that aside, they know that, well, okay, if you're not going to be a virgin coming into this relationship or coming into this marriage, that means you've had sex with at least one other person. So um you have that experience at the least. So it's kind of like, all right, well, I'll deal with what I can get.
Interesting. Very interesting. I had another thing I was going to say, but oh, there it is. Do you think all this talk and stuff is like talking about body counts, talking about being competitive with each other through a woman, through having sex with the women and stuff? Do you think in some way it's kind of taking away the humanity of a woman? I mean, it almost sounds like she's just an object, or something like that. You don't think that some of this is like, damn, where's the humanity in it? She's a person too. She has choices. She has autonomy. She has, all these things. It's like, why is it so? Why is it kind of targeting her so much?
Mm,
In this
I
whole
don't
thing.
know. I that's a great question. I'm gonna think about it for a while. But I will say, I I found it very interesting that a lot of the adjectives that we use to describe sex are all like very brutal. It describes the domination. Like, oh, I beat, oh, I cut, I tore that up, I knocked it out, I knocked her
Smashed it,
down,
knocked
smashed
down.
it. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's all an act of domination. Um,
yeah.
I'm trying to think of all the. I mean, I remember I was
Blow the back
actually
out.
blowing backs, rearranging spines. What in the world? Like none of it.
Girl, you
Is
blew that back out. Yeah, yeah,
so. I think, yeah, as guys, we understand what the act is. We know what it looks like. We know what it
yeah.
looks like. So it's like to know that.
That was your girl. That was her. Yeah.
Yep, yep. So yeah, that's that thing, man. That's that thing.
Here's another question to that. So I just asked a question about targeting women in a less than making them objects versus people. Um, what about men? You don't think that makes us weak? That makes us losers? Because as I was thinking about all this and stuff, it's like, well, going back to your scenario about, you had a crush on the girl, but then another girl had a crush on you for the most part, and then you chose not to pursue that one. Learning things the hard way about, the social nature of men and women dating. Even just now, we're talking about the competitive nature of men trying to get the details, and her body count is too much for me, not enough, and we're imagining her be with somebody else, and blah blah blah. Do you think that does that not paint us as weak in emotional stance, weak emotionally and mentally? You don't think that we're just more fragile than women, and women can just handle it a lot more than we can, and they can deal with having emotion connectionless sex, even though, like I said earlier, I thought women always needed a connection in order to have sex with somebody, but maybe that's just a few of them, but they can handle it. We can't, it seems like.
Yeah, I could see the argument for it. I'm willing. I would be willing to entertain that argument. If someone presented it. Um,
It's a tough pill to swallow.
yeah, yeah. But I think it comes from it's hardwired in us. I think it's hardwired in us, right? Because like again, before the advent of DNA testing,
Hmm.
before the advent of birth control, if your woman was to town bicycle, you had no way of verifying paternity.
That is the thing. Yeah, that's a huge thing that's used as a baseline for dating, and why women the double standard exists against women.
You had no way. So you know what would happen if paternity was in question for a woman in a particular time? She would she would be ostracized, and no man would claim the child. Basically, it's a bastard child. Like, hey, I know I was up in it, but I know he was up in it. Jake over there was up in it too.
I know he was up there. Yeah. It was
That
funny.
ain't mine. That ain't mine. Like, and then Jake, he's gonna look too, and he's gonna be like, I know I was in it, but I know he was in it too. That ain't mine.
That's funny.
And
I know
so,
he was in it.
and so neither would claim it, and so she would be ostracized, and so she would then have to, like, go and live with an aunt or an uncle or something somewhere, and
Mm,
um, because men would not claim it, men would not claim her.
that's
And then
crazy.
these ended up becoming women that had to work as street workers.
Just keep doing it, huh?
You keep doing it. You've now relegated yourself to be useful to the community as the bicycle.
Oof.
So you played a use. You played a use as, as the young man came of age, he needed to experience what it was like to be with a woman. They'd take him down to the local brothel and
Jeez.
give him his experience. Hey, young man, you need to learn how to, hey, work on your stroke game. Stephanie over here, she can teach you. Stephanie knows.
Stephanie. Wow.
These was the women that helped the
DeMarcus or
man.
Stephanie.
Yeah, she would teach him how to do the right things to his wife when he got her.
Damn.
And I think there are some women that don't know it, but they are the practice wives for men. Let me change this light.
They are the practice wives. It's a very okay.
Yeah, yeah.
The
They're
practice
the
wives.
practice wives. You are to help this young man work on his game, his stroke game. Tell him how to keep up his endurance, his stamina, what he's doing wrong. Hey, some ladies don't like that. Some ladies like this. Some, pay attention to this, pay attention to that. I don't think I wonder if women even have that discussion. Like, hey, Stacy, you might just be the practice wife.
Ooh, I read somewhere. Okay, and did you say that? I read that on Reddit, and that I don't know if it's a real story. Now Reddit people will be on there saying all kinds of stuff. But this guy, I guess him and his wife went on vacation with some of their friends. Um, there was a woman and a man that they were friends with. I guess the woman was real good friends with this other since school, high school, something like that. They were good friends. Um, they went on the vacation, and then I think the husband had came back to the room or something, and the wife was in there with the girlfriend was in there with the husband of the girlfriend, something like that. And they were in there talking, but she was like walking around half dressed and stuff, and the husband was like, they all know each other pretty well, but he was like, you're like, I think she was like topless or something like that. It's like, you're walking around with your breasts out in front of this dude. It's like, that's weird. That's really weird. It's like, you're my wife. You know what I'm saying? That's very inappropriate, whatever. She's like, oh, no, he's cool. It's fine. We're all fine. All that kind of stuff. And then later on, I think one of the other guys told the husband, it's like, oh, yeah. What was it? That friend dude that was, I don't know, isn't it? Like that friend dude, he used to smash this other girl on a regular basis because he was like the fill-in boy. He was like the sex friend to keep them sexually satisfied until they found a boyfriend. And he was like a community bicycle for women to keep them satisfied because they don't want to have multiple partners. So they just stick with this one guy. And then he kind of put two and two together. It was like, wait a second. That's what he was for his wife and this other woman. And now he's in the room comfortable with my wife. It's like, did they? And then he went back and asked the wife, and she was like, well, it was just because I didn't have anybody and I didn't want to have a multiple. So he was like, you mean to tell me he smashed all the women? Like, I think it was like either all the women on the trip or it was at least his wife, the other guy's wife. It was like, so, and I don't know if it was real or not, but it was just like, this dude he had it so good. He smashed everybody's wife, and he was the fill-in dick. He was the fill-in man.
Yeah.
For these women.
He was the practice husband.
How can I apply for that position?
Best position to be in. I was like, yo, this guy had the best position.
Yeah.
Guess what? He never had to worry about any of their business.
Nope.
He never had to worry about taking them on any dates.
No.
He never had to worry about any of their mood swings, any of their hunger pains. None of that.
Just nothing that comes with being in a relationship at all.
He just got straight cheeks, and he got a variety of cheeks.
A variety, and he's still cool. And guess what she's gonna say? Oh, we're just friends.
Just friends, bro.
You can get away with just being friends.
That is wild. That is diabolical. You know,
diabolical. See, the thing is now, I try to tell. It's like you have to ask clarifying questions now. You can't just say, "Were y'all in a relationship?" No. Did y'all ever have sex? No.
Yeah.
Did y'all have done anything sexual in any kind of way more than friends?
Yep.
Well, this is one time I gave him head.
That's
the same thing.
You hit the nail on the head. If you give them I say them, men too. Let's
men, everybody. You got to keep it on both sides.
Keep it on both sides. If you give them a way out, they'll take the way out. Like, hey, did you, did y'all date? You know what you're wanting to ask, but you're hoping that they just give up the answer. Oh no. Me and Stacy? No, me and Jake? No, we never dated.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. How long have you known Jake or Stacy? Oh, they're good friends. They're very good friends. She's a good friend. Yeah, she's a great buddy. Okay. Did y'all have sex at all? No. I don't see him like that.
Sounds good to me so far.
Sounds cool. So she's never, expressed that she liked you. Y'all never did anything sexually. Oh well, Jake, he did tell me that he liked me, but that was like years ago.
How many years ago? You say years, it sounds like it's 10, but it's probably more like 2.
Yeah, it's like 2. Yeah, like there's all these things that when you're asking people, what you're wanting to ask them, but you're trying to like hope that they just give you the answer. But you kind of have to like pull it out of them.
You have to.
You gotta be absolutely direct. And it's just like, if you give them a way out, like, these friends, they're not just friends. Like,
love being friends.
Yeah,
I love being a friend all day long.
That guy, I mean, like, that is ideal. Women don't understand it. That position right there is ideal.
It's the best position.
Best position to be in.
You can just turn off the faucet whenever you want. It's coming to you. And he's known as being the reliable guy for sex. It's like clocking in. It's like, hey, I'm here to get the 6-inch special. Yes, please take a seat. Please take a seat. Take a number.
Here's the thing. The man, he knows all about the other guy.
Ooh,
they don't know about him.
That's crazy.
He has the upper hand even in the women's relationship. Because guess what? John, he ain't acting right. Oh, John, he forgot about this important date that y'all kept about, like some momentous date in y'all relationship. Like this was the day y'all first met or something. It's not even your anniversary, but it's just like the date y'all first started dating. Oh, this was the date that y'all made it official. He forgot it. Now she's upset. but Jake's there.
Mm.
But Jake knows because he's got the upper hand. He knows that you slipped up. He knows when you messed up. He knows when you made her upset. He knows when y'all are fighting. He knows all of your weaknesses, and you know nothing about this man. He is already in the door.
Dang.
Yeah, no, that's crazy that women think that a man would be okay with knowing that this other guy who's just a friend is still hanging around. No,
Yeah, that's wild. I mm.
no.
I just couldn't. I don't understand it. But again, I think we already kind of established that they don't really see the past as harmful of a thing as we do.
Yeah,
But
that's detrimental. Like, and then you're gonna have this man looking crazy. Like, if the homies find out that
oh, that the one guy, like I was telling you, is like he told it. Broco came in handy that night. He was
yep,
like,
you
"Hey,
gotta tell all the husbands.
yeah.
You got
Oh,
you
I
gotta
think
tell.
now that you say that, I think that happened in the scenario. Like he told. So once he found out, he went and told the other husbands, and it was like a whole thing. I think it was multiple women that night. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I hope I saved it because it was a brutal. It was a brutal one. Oh man, I hope I
Yeah, because
saved it.
you've had this man all in my face now, and he looking at me like I'm stupid. Like, bro, you know what I've been doing to your lady, and you know I can get. That's another thing. He knows that he could hit it again. He's
Yeah,
just choosing not to. He's using temperance.
temperance.
He's like, I could, but she's happy right now, so I'm not gonna mess it up.
Dang, I don't think it was a year ago. It's like over. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna see if I can find it though. But yeah,
Yeah,
man.
boy. She.
Yeah, but it's going on 5 hours for me, about
Okay.
four and a half on the stream. Like I said, we got the stream pinned up for tomorrow. It's ready. Uh, yeah, I think we never run out of anything to talk about. So I think we'll have plenty of time tomorrow, plenty to talk about tomorrow, and pick this back up. I can't wait to see this Tpindell. I haven't watched it yet at all. So we'll just be reviewing him now on his Pop the Balloon. Any last words before we head out?
No, man. Always great discussions. Always great discussions. I'm very much interested in any of the viewers, whether you're watching it live or if you're watching it, on replay. Um, and I agree with you as well. Getting a lady's perspective, I think that helps. I mean, because again, like you probably, because I think we have a lot of the same things in common, backgrounds, family dynamics, the military background, like all of that stuff.
Yeah, that's
Um,
right.
I I would be interested, like from a logical standpoint. I want to hear like how do women process certain things, like any of the viewers, the people that have any of the critique. Um, I'm I'm always interested in what make people do, act, say, like the psychology behind things. It's always interesting to me. I'm always interested in like why would she think that? Or why did she do that? Why did he do that? Why did he think that? That's always been something that's interest me. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. All right. Yeah, I got nothing else. So yeah, thank you guys for showing up for the animation earlier and for this. I'll probably try to do the same thing tomorrow. I'll probably do a little bit of animation a couple times during the day. I'll probably do a little bit more Philandroids to kind of knock that out some more, and then I'll jump onto the Let's Talk with Closet Anime. All right, guys. Thank you, and stay tuned.